We'll just wait till Matt gets back in and so he can put the right stuff. I mean, has a I hope so. I hope so. He had another meeting he needed to be, so we'll just kind of wait a few minutes. I think we can probably wait a few minutes so everybody settle down.
I can't get the links to pull up on this one.
For the meeting?
Yeah, Rosa sent me, for this little blue itemed ones? Let me see if I can get it again. It's okay. Let me see if I can get it.
She said, when I was looking at the agenda, there were two. One is just the agenda. To simple download. The other one is the actual meeting packet.
Hi, James.
Well, I thought I had that one.
Yeah.
See, I got that one from her, but let me see.
Does your, I don't need that, does your rear monitor not work for you to be able to see?
I wish you
So
could
that monitor
How would you ever
packet,
feel
it's
about
not
having
tied in.
a copy of this available for the public to follow, like on the table?
I think it'd be nice, huh?
Because it's so hard to see that
I
screen.
know.
So if we just had some copies on the table,
Yeah,
would you be able to get that?
Yeah,
Themselves.
I
to see
think
how they
so.
were presenting.
Okay,
That was, and so that's what I thought that
good
was.
idea. No.
Was that so you guys could see what was actually being presented, because I noticed that you kept saying, well, now, how big do you want me to make it? How big?
Well, I could
And I
see.
thought, well, Mike, you got a monitor right back there.
Yeah.
And then I realized you didn't have
No,
one.
we will have meetings where we set up tables in here. We take the chairs down, put up tables. That is just for those.
It's an independent.
Yeah.
Well, I thought yours was like the school district program.
I know.
all
So
tied
I
in,
could
so
see
you
it.
could monitor
We
what you're
should.
doing.
That's a good idea.
And then later when the classes got so big, what I'd do is I'd tuck a little monitor, just a little 6-inch monitor, just on the corner of the teacher's desk, so the teacher could see exactly
What
what they
was
were
going
doing.
on? Oh, that's a good idea. I like
Let's just
that.
check it. Yep, I've only done that for about 12 years, so, what's new?
Yeah, I know.
Gordon Lowe is singing your praise.
You can almost read it.
Do you
Okay.
need your glasses?
Just keep on.
Well, that could be.
Mac.
I know, totally.
We're just talking.
Oh, good.
We're good. I'm good.
Is there any way to enlarge theirs? And can we enlarge that so they can see it?
Bigger?
I mean,
For them.
I just did.
I get it.
Oh,
And
okay.
I had a great conversation with
Most
Marjorie,
people are asking for
so
that.
we're good.
I don't know how they
just didn't want to offend you.
What's that?
Feelings or just it's not
how to increase
Hey.
the size.
We making copy of the agenda to get
every
that.
day, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we should get some little magnifying goggles for everybody. They just come up as they walk
We
in.
need hearing aids
Like the
and
Disneyland ride.
Yeah,
the 3D
yeah.
glasses.
yeah.
Yeah. Get a big old 100.
We are making copies of the agenda to give to some of you guys to share. Since this is too small to see, so. Mac, just lower it down. Tell him so I can see it. Okay, good. Mac, go a little bit lower so I can see.
I did more lower.
Yeah, so I can see the town.
Sometimes my mouse doesn't work.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Oh, it's the connection. Because he has a mouse too.
So what time is it?
So it's like a
11:05?
nieces.
11:04. So shall we start, Matt?
Yeah, Commissioner Harvey isn't here, but he'll be in.
Do you want to call him? I mean,
Commission.
he's supposed to be in the
He's in a
building in a meeting.
So we can start. We have
Okay.
quorum.
We'd like to call the meeting to order. This is the Board of Commissioner meeting, June 3rd, 2025, 11:06. We'll have roll call.
Commissioner Juan here.
Commissioner staff's here. Commissioner Harvey will be joining us. He's in another meeting right now. we would like to invite somebody to be uh, willing to give us an invocation. Do you have any volunteer? Okay, thank you.
Our Heavenly Father, we're thankful for the opportunity we have to come together today as citizens of this county and this great state. We're thankful for the opportunity we have to voice our concerns and our opinions on the things that we believe. We ask you to be with us, to guide us, that we would do so in a good manner, that we might treat each other with respect in this situation. Bless us all with health and strength, that we might be able to go forward and be able to understand each other's point of view. And for this we pray in the name of thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Would you join us in Pledge the Legion? And Lama Duncan is going to lead us on the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, commissioners, this is a time where we disclose if we have any conflict of interest.
I don't have any conflict of interest, thank you.
Commissioner Harvey, you have a chance to look up the agenda to see if any.
I was just looking through that last night. I have no conflict of interest.
Okay, and I don't have none either, so we'll turn the time to our Administrator Mac to go over the public comments.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners and public. Appreciate you all being here. Just with that, each for our public comments, we'll take the audience in public comments first and then turn our attention to any of those individuals that are online for public comments as well. If you're in the audience, hopefully you've signed up. We do have that sign up sheet that we'll go through. We do just kind of to note there is a public hearing as well, and so the public comment period is separate from the public hearing itself. And so we'll take the public comments. I'll time you at 3 minutes apiece in that public comment period. Also, when you approach for your public comment, just state your name and where you reside within the county for our minutes and for that record. With that being said, I want to encourage everybody that does make a public comment to approach that public comment period with kindness and respect, especially with our county employees as they dedicate themselves to serving the community. Want to refrain from, being mean, and just we want you to be kind to our employees. So harsh and personal attacks won't be tolerated. With that kind of being said, this is your opportunity to make comments to the commissioners. Please don't anticipate a dialogue with that or ask them questions and expect an answer. It's really an opportunity for the commission to hear from the public themselves. And so with that being said, we'll go ahead and proceed with the first individual on our public comment sign up sheet. We've got Shannon Brooks.
Shannon Brooks, Monticello area. Not 5 months ago, I was informed by the P&Z administrator that no change can be made to a county ordinance without public media notice followed by a public hearing. My comments are regarding item 15 on the agenda. It's being requested that changes be made to a legal document without a public hearing. Even though I agree with the changes being sought, as the version that stands is an embarrassment to the county must follow proper procedure. This is a procedural issue. We have had time and time again this year of procedural problems. I would strongly recommend the commission table item 15 until the correct procedure can be determined. If I am correctly informed, this will have been the third policy and procedures mistake I've witnessed by the county officials in the last 60 days. The faith and trust of the public who voted for these elected officials is put in jeopardy when these kinds of procedural mishaps occur, if I'm being informed correctly. If I'm not, that means I have been given bad information by a county official, which is a problem in and of itself. I'm also confused as to why this item, number 15, is being presented by the county attorney. This is the second time I've seen the county attorney fulfilling the responsibilities of the P&Z administrator in the last few months. It is clearly a planning and zoning issue, which is the purview of the full-time administrator of planning and zoning. According to the county website, the attorney's job description is: Attorney's office has the responsibility of prosecuting felonies committed in San Juan County, as well as certain misdemeanor matters in the district and justice courts and juvenile court. As a part of these duties, the county attorney also supervises the Victims Advocacy Program. The county attorney's office also represents the Board of County Commissioners and all the various county officials and departments on official county business. In recent months, I've been befuddled as to why the county attorney is so involved in county commission meetings. The job description is clear: prosecute, supervise, represent, and perhaps even advise. Nowhere does it say heavily interact and even attempt to strong-arm the public. As an advisor, the county attorney should in fact be the one advising this commission of the proper procedure, not attempting to circumvent it. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. The next one on the sign-up sheet is Bev O'Neill. Bev?
Good morning.
Yeah, I would like to. My name is Beverly O'Neill. I live in North San Juan County in Spanish Valley, and I wanted to make some comments on the Sky Ranch, which you'll be considering later this morning. And I just wanted to encourage you all to realize there's a major amount of safety issues around this, having an active airport. In Spanish Valley, it's all grown out to that approximate area with Mount Peel Drive crossing the north end of crosses over the runway to a very popularized neighborhood. And there's a school bus. I'm sure if you've read anything on it, and you've seen that there's a school bus that crosses over that road that the runway runs over 4 times a day with children, not to mention all the people that in services and such that go cross over that Mount Peel. And so there's all that activity, and then this runway runs across it with the potential of there could be, with the last development plan I saw, there was going to be like 70 airplanes there, which is more than a lot of airports in Utah. So anyway, they're trying to put an airport in this like little tiny spot, and then there's all these new homes and residences around it. And there's so many safety issues. I don't know if any of you have had an opportunity to go and look at the site, but it doesn't make any sense to have this kind of activity in Spanish Valley at this time. I live on the south end of the runway, and the road I come in on is about 30 feet away from the end of the runway. The only thing in between is a barbed wire fence and a power box from Rocky Mountain. And then there's all this potential development that's coming south of there. And so it does not make any sense that you would have all this activity, especially with non-professional pilots coming in and out of there. The whole space is just way too small for what they're trying to do. I think if you were to look at the design criteria that the FAA puts out, it would pretty much define what needs to be done for a safe airport. And I think they would have a hard time complying with that. But I think if anything, we should require them to follow those guidelines as part of their design, the designing of the airport, Sky Ranch Airport. So that's thank you very much. So I just, it's not a good idea. It doesn't work with the landmark plan that I even helped with that a little bit and had, got to comment on it. And it's a beautiful plan for Spanish Valley.
That's
and
Tom right there.
okay, thank you. Anyway,
Thank you.
consider those things, please.
Thank you.
Okay, Marjorie, you're next.
Thank you. I'll try to speak clearly. Forgive my voice. Marjorie Hans Torland. I live in Old LaSalle. I really appreciate the time that you give and the sacrifice that you make to serve the people of San Juan County. This is truly a special place full of good people and unimaginable potential. But we have adversaries who would stifle that potential. The people and leaders of this county must be united to withstand the blows that are certain to come from individuals and groups that would undermine agriculture and resource production. The approval of the Velvetwood Mine and future expansion of the Lisbon Valley Mine are examples of how the fiscal challenges that beset our county may be addressed. Right now, we are suffering from a lack of affordable housing, in part due to high taxes and unreasonable permit fees. San Juan County was at one time one of the most wealthy and desirable counties in Utah, and that was due almost entirely to past mining booms. We are on the verge of a 21st century boom that could bring wealth to the county in the form of severance taxes. With greater revenues from industry, there's an opportunity to bring relief to property owners by lowering building fees and taxes. I have worked many volunteer hours devising good ideas, not necessarily new ideas, to address housing shortages through functional and beneficial zoning ordinances in the unincorporated county. I believe our ordinance should support family compounds on appropriately sized lots and agricultural homesteads with family-run businesses sufficient to sustain an extended family. We don't need the government dictating how we run our agricultural and livestock operations on our private property. We want the local government to trust us, and we want a government that we can trust. The county is grappling with personnel problems that are frankly embarrassing. We have seen an overstepping of boundaries by certain officers whose positions are advisory or administrative. We have seen commissioners defer to unelected employees. You, our elected officials, are distracted by departmental disputes and personalities when you should be laying the groundwork for what could be a golden age of freedom and economic opportunity. I am asking you to unite as a commission, address personnel problems efficiently and, if necessary, with hard decisions. Get past the internal dysfunction and catch hold of the amazing opportunities that await. We need leaders to lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the next one we have up is we've got Joy.
Hello, Joy Howell, Mexican Hat. I don't really have a whole lot to say that I haven't said in the past, but I agree completely with what Marjorie has said. I would like to maybe add one thing I've noticed a few times people kind of sneering at the wild, wild west, that we're turning. That's kind of some of us, that is our heritage, our culture. And I don't think it's okay to be belittled from where we came from, Like Mexican Hat and San Juan County in general, when it comes to tourism, it's all about John Wayne, Western movies, and we need to be careful which direction we're going. And it would be really great to have a little respect, I think. And yeah, I don't know. Good luck. I haven't changed my mind about where I stand on the P&Z stuff. I don't agree with any part of it. I think everybody should really look closely at the Kane County, what they do. Let's raise the bar. Thank you.
Thanks, Joy. Okay, the next one, Jim. See it right there. Welcome, Jim.
Thanks. Jim Schnapel. I'm from Northern Utah. I represent Gardner Plum. We're a developer that has spent a lot of money and time on developing a project on the land immediately south of the Sky Ranch, proposed Sky Ranch subdivision, which I believe is issue number 5 on the agenda. First, I want to talk about safety. We heard earlier from someone that they said the runway is about 30 feet from the fence line where the road goes. I looked at it this morning. I drove right by. I think it's closer to 15 feet at the closest point, which, just to point in reference, that's about the distance from this wall to that wall. And that runway comes right at our project area and right onto the Spielman property, or right directly aimed at it. We've spent money on title reports, ALTA surveys. I've yet to find any recorded document that indicates they have an navigation easement to use the airspace over the property. I've been told that they claim a prescriptive easement, but they've only owned the property for less than 20 years. And according to Utah law, that's what they would need to even claim that. And prior to their acquisition of the property, it was pretty much abandoned, and it was overgrown, unusable as a runway. But I want to back up a little bit. I think the safety issues are huge. I encourage the county to retain a firm that specializes in this area to assess it, independently of what you'll probably hear today from various sides on the issue. But first and foremost, I want to go back to what Judge Torgerson said in his ruling to the ALJ that ultimately sent it back to the county. He wrote basically that the ALJ erroneously concluded that the subdivision approval was not a review of the legal status of the runway. I read that to mean that it should have been a legal review of the legal status of the runway. As you're probably aware, in 2017, the Sky Ranch principals decided to realign, extend, and pave the runway and construct this runway in contradiction to the land use code and state law. Despite the land use code being very specific in requiring or naming airports and airstrips as a conditional use, they did not acquire a conditional use report, nor did they acquire a building permit. At the time, you can look back and see emailed records where the county recommended that they get a conditional use permit, but they did not do that. It doesn't matter to this day whether the county went along with it or let it exist. County code, the land use code, and state law is pretty clear. Allowing it a non-permitted use to continue does not permit that use ultimately. So I strongly encourage the county to go back and look at the legal standing of the airstrip. I believe it's illegal. I've sent quite a few letters to this body over the last year and a half, 2 years that clearly point that out, yet I've seen no action on the county's part to do anything about that. We don't intend to let that go. It's a significant impact to our project potentially, and we hope that you'll take it seriously. Thank you.
The next one on here, I had Justin. I believe you're here for the actual item. Okay, and then so the next one after that is Randy Day. Welcome, Randy.
My name is Randy Day. I have a house at 48 Bobcat in San Juan County, northern. I'm real close to the line there, and love San Juan County. That's not my primary residence, but it is one of my residents. Okay, my primary is still in Grand, but I'm trying to scoot out of there. With that being said, oftentimes I'm a very, very private property rights advocate. Thus, I spend a lot of time at the legislature. I've spent over 40 years in real estate in this part of the country, and I kind of understand what's going on. It came to our attention the last 25 for this general session of the state of Utah that HB 44 was passed. HB 44 is a bill that talks about significant airports, which this will be, a private airport. It says that if it becomes a significant airport and you approve it, that within 2,500 feet of every property there, you have to legally put a notice on their land in the county recorder's office that states that there's an airstrip there, and that therefore there are dangers in those airstrips, and there's probably also some pluses in those airstrips if you fly. But it is so severe in its setting as far as the residential areas that I wanted to point out that HB 44 has certain rules on it. I want to hand this in to the county. Mac, I'd like to have this on the public record. That's a copy of HB 44. I've talked to the representatives of that in my capacity as being on the legislative committee in the Utah Association of Realtors. Talked to them about that, and they basically believe that airports can be a hazard. There can be a hazard in a residential setting. Therefore, they want the counties, and they're mandating under law that the county has to go out and notify everybody publicly of that to the point where you have to put it on their record so that anytime you do a title search, it pops up on the record as there's an airport within this many feet of your property. Anytime there's kind of a warning on real estate, I promise that it devalues the property to a tiny bit, to a whole lot. Just depends on what it is and how far away you are in that 2,500 feet. In this case, it could be literally 30 feet. There could be a residence within 30 feet of this property where the airstrip is, legally. Based on what I've seen in the planning and zoning, that is not a good idea. I am, again, very strong on private property rights, but the people that own the property next door to this airport have their private property rights. The Spillman property cannot go forward in good conscience and build property and houses there and do something if there's an active airstrip flying right over top of you. That's not a good idea. This bill is just a wake-up call to any airport. It's coming. This is generated by other places in northern Utah.
That's time right
It's
there.
coming everywhere, and thank you for your time. Thanks, Mac.
Thank you, Randy.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anyone else in the audience wishing to make a public comment? Not seeing anyone in the audience. Let me check online.
Can I add something?
You already had your 3.
Okay. Oh, did I do 3 minutes?
I
Okay.
I
forgot
wasn't
something. Go
tracking.
ahead.
Sorry.
You're fine.
Well, I want to add with her, too.
Okay, there's no one else online for public comment. So, commissioners, that is your public comment period for today.
Okay. So we'll go next to the consent agenda.
Okay, so on the consent agenda items for today, you have the approval of a small purchase of $2,800 for IFE. IFE is the acronym for Independent Fee Estimate Services for San Juan County. This is for our engineering services estimate. We get, the FAA requires an independent fee analysis of that, and so that's what that is for. Item number 2, you have the approval of the check registers for May 17th to May 29th, 2025. Then item number 3 is the approval of the May 20th, 2025 commission meeting minutes. That is your consent agenda for today.
Okay. Shall we make a motion to approve the consent agenda? You want to do a motion?
I'll motion to approve the 3 consent agenda items.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 The motion passes.
Okay. Structurally, we had moved instead of having the public hearing at the very end, we moved it up front, just knowing that there was going to be an audience in attendance possibly for this one. So what I need is a motion to enter into the public hearing, and then we will have Kristen, the applicant, come up and give their presentation, and then go into any public hearing from the public
Can we have a
after
motion?
the discussion.
So I make a motion to go to public hearing regarding consideration and approval of the rezone application for the Lisbon Valley Mine property.
Second, to move into public hearing.
All in favor, say aye.
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 We move into public hearing.
This has been a long-winded application for a rezone request from Lisbon Valley Mine. They're currently in an industrial zone, and if you look at the map that's included in your packet, we're looking to take a very, very small chunk out of the upper, well, it's the northwest corner there, so that it can be used as a multi-use zone so that they can put in staff housing. Trent has a little more background from the Planning Commission for you.
We, Planning Commission, back in April, we had a public hearing and voted 6-1 to move this forward with a zone change to allow for employee housing. And we now have a public hearing with you guys, and we would like to see this push forward. The gentleman's waited long enough, and we've hiccuped enough trying to get it to here. So,
Well, we're happy to support we are fan club at the mine, and we are feel bad it took this long, but we had to follow procedures, and so
Completely understood.
anyway, so we are very, very happy and hope to invite you to come and do a presentation for us and tell us what's going on,
Okay.
all the good news and things like that. So anybody has any comment or questions? Or
So any
Do we
members
have-
of the public wishing to make a public comment or public hearing
do we have
comment on this item? Okay, come on up. Just state your name again for the record.
My name is Randy Day, San Juan County resident to some degree. I believe that mining companies are the future, the immediate future of this county. They have been our past. When I look into Grand County, Utah, I got uranium subdivision. I've got numerous subdivisions named after mining companies, everything from Hecla Mining to uranium subdivision. And this is what they're doing. The reason they're doing this is because they can't find the housing. It's not out there.
Yeah.
And I applaud them for doing it. I would love to be able to build them a subdivision somewhere that would work. But if we can't, they're going to do it themselves. And it's going to help their mining. It's going to help our economy. And it's going to bring the tax dollars into the county that are huge and going to help us in lots of ways. So I really support this. It's a great idea. Thank you.
I can make one comment. I mean, this is something that we really we want to bring people to the area. But the hardest piece of bringing people is having that layover of time. So this is not a big long-term housing by any respects, but it gets them into a place where they can get settled in, get working, and then find accommodations and where they want to live from that point. So that's more or less it's a hard piece. We'll offer people jobs, and then 2 weeks later, after they accept it, they say, I can't find housing. So, yeah.
And you have, I can speak for myself, you have my full support, and we've been trying to work housing with them, and we have a partnership for quite a while and working with the mine. So,
Thank you.
any comments? Any comment, Commissioner?
Is there anybody else wanting to make a comment on this item? Anyone online? Okay, I'm not seeing anybody unmute themselves.
So, do we have a motion?
So I'll make a motion to approve the rezone application for the Lisbon Valley Mine property.
Just a question on rules, Madam Chair. Maybe Matt can answer. When we open for public hearing, do we need to close first
yes.
and then go into the motion?
Yep.
Oh, we
Okay.
learned this today, huh?
Yes.
Anyway, so, shall we, okay, make a motion that we come out at a public hearing. This is a public hearing.
Mhm.
And we go to the regular meeting. Do you want to make a motion? Do you want to make a motion?
I'll make the motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 So we're back to the regular meeting, so now we can make a motion.
I will motion again, Commissioner Harvey making the motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Perfect.
If you want us to ever come give an update on the mine.
Perfect.
Yeah, do come. Call us and we'll put you in the schedule.
Okay, the next agenda item, you have item number 5 is consideration and approval of the Sky Ranch Phase 2 subdivision. First, we'll turn our attention over to Jens. Jens is going down to the podium. All right.
Feels a little more normal if I come down here. So thank you.
Thanks.
You can sense by just the comments that have been made so far, this is a fairly complex situation here. But the task today is actually fairly narrow, fairly focused. We're here because Judge Torgerson remanded the case back to Administrative Law Judge Cheryl Luke, who remanded it back to the county commissioners. So really you're here to answer 2 questions. And you know, if I frame it a little differently than The other attorneys, that's fine. We don't really have a coordinated statement or anything about this, and the rules are fairly flexible, so you're free to stop us and ask questions and so forth. The first question is the airstrip within the subdivision boundary? I think we've all agreed that the answer is yes. It's within the airstrip is within the subdivision boundary. The second question is regarding safety, and that's the part that's a little complicated in some respects. I want to see if I can maybe just give a little background to introduce the topic here and the history a little bit. This airstrip has been in use. I think everyone agrees it's been in use since the 1980s. The question of intermittent, periods where it wasn't used regularly or so forth, that's, been brought up a lot, but it's not really a question before the group today. So if you go back to the 80s, possibly the 70s, you've got an airstrip. And in 2000, there was a subdivision approved, phase 1 of Sky. I call it Sky Ranch. I think the official name is, help me out here, is it Sky Ranch Estates or? Anyway, so I think we just refer to it as Sky Ranch. 6-lot subdivision around the airport there, the airstrip anyway, not an airport. And more or less, you have the airstrip and the subdivision there until 2021 when phase 2 is approved. Phase 2 adds additional lots to the development. The county took in a lot of public comment, a lot of emails, a lot of discussion among planning and zoning, and about the airstrip. There was a lot of discussion about it. The real question is, in the record that we have, what was discussed regarding safety. And so I'll take you back to 2000. Phase 1 is approved. February of 2021, phase 2 is approved. You had approval with the planning and zoning first, and the county commissioners here made their approval of phase 2. If you look at, I know that in the memorandum I submitted, there's a reference to Scott Burton's presentation to the commissioners. And I summarize his presentation as follows. He comes before the commissioners and he says, we've been talking about this Sky Ranch application for some time now. And the question of the airstrip was believed to be more or less like this. This airstrip has been there since the 1980s. If it was safe then and if it was in use then and so forth, it's in use now. We're not here to discuss the airstrip. We're here to approve additional lots that are also along or adjacent to the airstrip. That was a position more or less that Scott took. Scott didn't say that no discussion of safety, he didn't say they didn't have any discussion of safety. He just didn't focus on that. And so they left the airstrip as it was. It was there before, it's here now, and we're approving additional lots. That was more or less what was presented to the county commissioners. This is my interpretation of the meeting based on the transcripts that I've read. The commissioners had their discussion. It was an odd discussion because at least Commissioner Maryboy was not in the meeting. He was on the phone. So I don't recall now if Commissioner Grayeyes and Commissioner Adams were both here, but if you read the transcripts, you can tell that it was just kind of disjointed. There would be some discussion, and then Commissioner Maryboy would come in and enter the discussion based on a prior issue because he was just behind because he was not at the meeting. It just wasn't very efficient. But there was a lot of discussion at the meeting about safety, some of the same concerns you've heard today. The commissioners voted to approve phase 2, and in connection with or maybe afterward, there was a request for some safety data. So the applicant did provide a safety report from an expert that they consulted with, and they provided that to the planning and zoning about 9 months later. The adjacent landowners, Mr. Spielman, his expert also provided a safety report. And, one was more or less it can be done safely, and the other was more or less my summary is that Mr. Spielman's expert said it's not safe, more or less. So you had some competing safety experts. The county, again, viewed this as, okay, we had an airport, it's been in use. If it's been safe before, it's safe now. We're not going to go back and get into that. We're approving only additional lots, not the airstrip. I do want to just have the commissioners hear briefly from Johnny Miller. He's down here for a training today, but he's been with USIP, which is, as you know, our insurance carrier. Johnny's been with them for years and years, and he has a lot of knowledge about state code. He has a lot of knowledge about questions that counties deal with from day in and day out. So he was involved somewhat in this decision, and I'll just invite him if he has a minute to just explain his brief involvement with this question back at the time.
Yes, again, Johnny Miller. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Utah Counties Indemnity Pool, which is a interlocal agency of the counties to self-insure all of their liability and property and all of those sorts of things. I've been in this position since 2008 and have worked with San Juan County as well as the other counties ever since that time. And part of my job that my board gives to me is I also act more or less as the de facto statewide risk manager for all the counties. So most counties, when they have an issue coming up that they see the potential of a lawsuit coming, they contact me, my office, and I help direct them different places to make sure that they're considering all the different items that they should be considering before they make a decision. And coming this morning to do training and saw this on the agenda, again, I've been involved in this from the time period prior to the 2021 additional development. And I think the first I heard of it was actually a resident calling me, knowing I was here regularly back in those days doing training at the county and knew who I was and wanted to contact me and express their concerns about the safety issues that were there with the airport. But also at the time, Commissioner Adams did sit on the board of directors of USIP. And I just wanted to be on the record as saying that I know that at that time, Commissioner Adams asked me to do some research and get additional information for the commission related to what were their obligations related to the safety of the airport and the airport's impact on the subdivision. We have a program through USIP where counties can access, the county attorney can access our defense attorneys to get that type of information before a lawsuit comes so that they can be prepared for it. So it's long enough ago, I can't remember exactly what the information was that we dug up and provided to the commission at the time. But the question from the judge, from Judge Torgerson, is, did the commission consider safety at the time that they made that decision? And I certainly know that they reached out to me in my office at the Association of Counties to ask for that information so that they could consider it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. We kind of agreed 20 minutes each. I don't know how long I've talked.
I haven't been timing you.
Has anyone been timing? Maybe. I'll just say, the county's position is not to discount in any way the concerns that the public is raising. They're all concerns that you can understand. And so I'm not here to say that those concerns are, invalid or anything like that. I'm just saying that, the process has been approval by the planning and zoning, approval by the county commissioners, approval by the administrative law judge, a hearing with the district court judge. He said he was ready to rule, but he wanted these questions answered first, so he will rule. And all of the issues that have been raised today were heard by the district court judge. So he will address those in his ruling. And I'm just kind of reminding the group here that, you know, that's that. And this today is just about whether the airstrip is within the subdivision and safety information. And the county has just felt that, you know, here you have a landowner who created this airstrip and their place out there years ago before all the development came in. And then they had a small development, 6-lot subdivision. And then they wanted, and at that time there was a phase 2 anticipated. Then they had the phase 2, which had additional lots. The airstrip, I agree that, you know, there's some discussion about changes to the airstrip, but the concept is the airstrip has always been there. If it was safe back in the 70s and 80s and 2000s to use, it's safe now. And the county's just not in the business of, even if it's one landowner among others, more or less saying, hey, you know, you were here first, you got this in place, but you're out. That's not what the county is. That's not the business of the county. So, do you have any questions for me? Maybe I'm rambling now a little bit.
So, with regards to the safety, I'm assuming in the packet we can find all that.
Yeah, so in the
I mean,
packet,
the packet's 500 pages. We didn't have
Yeah.
time to get through that in a weekend.
So,
just to be clear.
so the applicant safety report, I believe, is at page 471 is where
Yeah,
it
I
starts.
glanced at that,
Okay,
but-
and then Mr. Spielman's expert safety report is I think it starts at 574.
Okay.
And now, again, I was saying earlier that, you know, this is a remand from the court, and there are not a whole lot of rules about how we do this. So we kind of talked, the attorneys, about, you know, we'd take our time, but that you'd be free to ask questions. And then, you know, you're free. You can make a decision today if you'd like, but I'm just saying that, you know, you're free to study the safety information. You're free to talk to, you know, experts that the county works with now when it comes to airport related things. And then, of course, we are available now, today, and afterward as well, if there are questions or requests for different little pieces of information. We want to make sure that we give you everything you feel you need to make a decision. I think the sooner the better is good. Just the applicant and all the parties have been, you know, working on this for a long time. So it'd be good to bring it to a resolution, or at least just move it along in the process.
So as a follow-up, though, because Johnny, you talked about, you know, the safety that information that came forth. Are we seeing the same information, or is it kind of
So I
different?
think-
I mean, it's general in scope, but are we seeing kind of what was pulled when they made that decision versus what we're being handed to make that decision?
So that's a good question. The record you have, I think, you know, the processes in place at the time weren't maybe as good as now at keeping a record and so forth. So I think it's evident that there was probably discussion and, you know, information exchange that's, you know, potentially not in the record. If you just look at the transcripts, though, of the meetings, the planning and zoning, and then the county commissioner meeting, it's clear, at least it is to me, that the planning and zoning did get lots of, you know, there was discussion about this, and they did, you know, consider things. You know, I don't know that they had a safety report until at the end, but you know, there was discussion about it, I guess is maybe the way to answer that.
Can we listen to all three presentations and then have
Sure,
questions after
sure.
for each of you?
You bet.
I think that'd be better so that we can,
Yeah.
anyway.
Okay, so
you.
thank you, and
Thank
I think Mr. Anderson. Sorry. Sure.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen of the commission. My name is Carl Spielman. I'm a retired commercial pilot, and I'm the property owner of 72 acres in northern Spanish Valley that's adjacent to the Sky Ranch subdivision. I'm engaged in a legal action arising from an appeal, which we've talked about, and about this subdivision. Since December of 2017, and for 6 years now, I've been objecting to the process by which the county has allowed Sky Ranch property to expand their structure and intensity of use. That goes to the non-conforming use. Without any adherence to the county's own zoning ordinances required by law. In those 6 years, I have not lied to the county nor exaggerated the hazards associated with designing an airport. County administrators have admitted mistakes were made in the past in numerous statements and emails that are on the record. County planners tirelessly work to mitigate other hazards arising from subdivision proposals. They mitigate increased traffic with road changes like acceleration and deceleration lanes. They mitigate drainage hazards with retention ponds. Why has San Juan County refused to acknowledge what amounts to a three-dimensional hazard to the neighbors and residents of Spanish Valley? There are 3 airports within the county on which they consulted with airport design professionals. That would be Cal Black, Monticello, and Blanding. Think about the vast open space surrounding Monticello Airport, for instance. That airport is designed properly and is not even situated within an already established residential area, as is Sky Ranch. The almost intentional negligence when it was stated that the county had no safety expert, so could not advise the commissioners when they asked for more information to make their decision, was patently false and has caused great damage to myself and my family. To keep from having my property taken as a safety zone to enable Sky Ranch, I have been forced to defend my property value through expensive legal channels. The county's own documents show that the Federal Aviation Administration and others have told San Juan County that airport zoning requirements are the responsibility of county planners, not the FAA, and has invited the county to use their design criteria, that is the FAA's. In the landmark plan, there are 2 documents that also invite the county to use best practices in designing airports and incorporate those in their own zoning. It should be part of our ordinances that any developer applying for an airport be required to submit the requisite stamped engineering documentation, that's your language, to contain man-made hazards on their own property, like a drainage system. Those engineers are the people that furnish that information to the planning and zoning. The Sky Ranch Airport no longer has a non-conforming use due to a massive alteration to the property in 2017, for which no conditional use permit or building permits were discussed or granted. I would think that the county planners would feel that their right to and duty to review projects of the scope of that alteration was appropriated by the developer's unilateral actions without permission. It is not the county's duty to correct Sky Ranch's negligence now and in not following the clearly outlined procedures to obtain the required permits and permissions. The Sky Ranch principals are experienced developers who have no valid excuse for not following the plainly written ordinances and state law. They did not innocently rely on communications with the county, but simply moved ahead with their plans as if they were immune to ordinances and state laws. Any actions or inactions by the county that did not conform with the land use ordinance and state law would not legalize or provide a path to legalization for the runway. The commissioners have a busy meeting today, but I urge them to hear all of the evidence that they can while all the parties are present. There is more on the table than merely a safety discussion. I'll be happy to answer questions later if you have them. Thank you for my time to speak. I'd like to introduce my counsel, Jim Anderson, to review our legal brief. Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. Thanks to the good people of the county for their patience in sitting through this. We will try to make it as useful and efficient as possible, but I know there is a lot. It is an over 500-page record, but we will go through the salient points of it together. just to dovetail a little bit on what Mr. Nielsen was mentioning, the way we view this is that Judge Torgerson has sent this down because the record itself does not show that the evidence was produced in order for the commission to make a finding of safety. So that's what we're here for today. You are now tasked with the job of finding evidence, if it exists, to support an approval that the airstrip and development around it is safe. Okay? As you've already heard, it's got a long and complex legal history, but I think what's most important for you to understand, at least from our point of view, is today is the first time safety has actually been able to be considered by the county. There's potential references in the planning and zoning. There's potential references to the hearing that was a little disjointed, but even as the judge found, we can't make heads or tails of whether safety was actually reviewed by the county in a meaningful manner. So today is your first shot. Along with that, I think you do have a lot of options. I think you can deny it. You can say there's not substantial evidence to support the safety of this project. You could approve it. You could table it. You could send it down to planning and zoning with specific instructions to get our own expert. Maybe you don't want to rely on the Spielman expert or the Sky Ranch expert. You can get your own expert, as you have done in many times with other airports, so that you can trust the information directly from your horse's mouth, so to speak. So I think you do have a lot of options there, but I think what's most important is creating a record that's very clear for whatever you do. If you're going to send this back up to Judge Torgerson or Judge Luke, fine, you're going to have to have a record that says, this is why we find it's safe, or this is why we find it's not. Or if you're going to send it down to planning and zoning, I think you need to be very clear with them. Do these specific tasks. Get our own expert. Vet this. Okay, so with that as an overlay, I want to go through a little bit of the history of the development. So as has been said, the airfield, the airstrip, began as a small dirt airstrip in the 1980s, used by Bud Tangren for his ranching activities. It was used infrequently during the late 1990s and early 2000s. In 2001, before the property was transferred, Mr. Tangren obtained approval for a 6-lot subdivision at the south end of the airstrip, and he called that Sky Ranch Estates Subdivision Phase 1. He did not build those lots, but that's what he had. He had a dirt airstrip. He had a 6-lot subdivision at the south end. Okay, so that is the only thing that has actually been approved other than the Phase 2, which we're all appealing that we say was wrong, all right? In or around 2007 or 2008, oh, and before that, I should mention that he chip sealed, at some point, he chip sealed the runway. But after approval of Phase 1, the airstrip fell into a state of disrepair, and he abandoned the 6-lot subdivision and actually returned the land to greenbelt status. So he said, forget it, I'm not doing the 6 lots. Around 2007 or 2008, entities affiliated with Business Resolutions, who would be the applicant for today, the Sky Ranch, they acquired Sky Ranch, but they did not use or improve the property until 2017. So 10 years later, it just sat. In December of 2017, they brought in industrial-sized grading and paving equipment, and I included a link to a video that you can see of the actual paving that occurred. We don't necessarily have to view it right now together, but as you can imagine, it is a road building process. So just like you see on the side of the freeway, that's what the equipment that was brought in to pave this, okay? They did that in December of 2017, and has been mentioned, did not have any sort of permission, or formal permission to do it. Now, not only did they regrade and widen and pave the runway, but they also extended it to the north by about 550 feet onto an entirely new parcel that the runway was not on before. Okay? Then they reoriented it about 40 to 80 feet, depending on who's measuring, to be in a different direction. Okay, so to say that the airstrip in the 80s was safe, and so it must be safe now, is missing the point. The airstrip that exists now never existed in the 80s. It came into being in 2017, unapproved, and has not been vetted. There was an approval sought in early 2018 for a Sky Ranch Phase 2. Hopefully that's not distracting. Okay, we're okay? We're okay? All right.
Lunchtime.
It's lunchtime. All right. Well, I'll hurry then if it's lunchtime. All right. So 2018, Mr. Bynum brought in what we would call a precursor to the current application, Sky Ranch Phase 2. He withdrew that because at the planning and zoning meeting, they were going to require him to get a conditional use permit. So he withdrew that application in 2018. And then he comes back in 2020, October 2020, with the revised plat map that we see today. Let's talk about that revised plat map for a minute. It's got about 51 lots surrounding the airstrip, another approximately 30 lots also available for development. So 80 plus or minus units to go into this piece of property surrounding the airstrip, okay? And that airstrip is supposed to be a fly-in, fly-out community for at least the 51 lot holders surrounding it. So before, maximum of 6 lots, never actually used by 6 owners, used by 1 owner for about 30 years, and then now springs into being 51 lots surrounding a runway with another 30 lots to be developed adjacent thereto. These are not the same projects. It's not the same safety concern that perhaps was never needed to be addressed in the 80s and 90s because it was just a rancher's private airstrip. Now I want to skip a little bit then as we've talked about the approval process. You've heard that the 2021 planning meeting, the 2021 commission meeting, at the best, all we can say it was disjointed. We don't know exactly what was discussed regarding safety. We think nothing was discussed regarding safety. We know that Mr. Spielman was trying to get his safety report to the commission, but he was denied that. At the time, for whatever reason, the commissioners were instructed that they cannot look at the safety of this airfield. The airstrip exists. It's a, quote, grandfathered in use. All you could look at was whether these 51 lots met the size requirements of a lot subdivision. You've seen in the transcripts that at least Commissioner Maryboy and others were saying, well, that doesn't seem right to me. I think we really need to get some safety analysis surrounding this. But they were told, no, if you don't approve this tonight, then the applicant could potentially sue you because he's got a vested right to use this airstrip. Well, that wasn't correct. And that's what we have appealed throughout the entire time, and what Judge Torgerson ultimately will likely rule on, depending on how you send it back to him. But it was not correct to say that the airstrip was granted vested rights, or that the airstrip was grandfathered in, or that the airstrip's safety was the same since it's been used. Now it's going to be used the same way, because none of that's true. It was never vetted by the FAA. It was never approved by the FAA. And it was certainly never intended to be used for at least 51 homes. The 2 primary issues that we want to talk about first, of course, is safety. And then the second is I want to address the grandfathering argument. As we talk about safety, I want to direct you to the county's subdivision ordinance, which says this: where the property to be subdivided is subject to natural or man-made hazards, such hazards or conditions shall be identified, and the subdivider shall provide stamped, engineered documentation as to how the hazards or conditions have been eliminated or will be eliminated through the design and construction of the subdivision. I want to note that it doesn't say the hazard is to be mitigated or reduced. It says the hazard has to be eliminated, which only makes sense. We're not trying to create a population that's subject to hazards. The requirement to identify and eliminate hazards applies regardless of whether the potentially hazardous feature complies with zoning laws. So, for example, a nuclear waste dump or a gravel pit might be lawful in a particular area, but the developer can't build a subdivision until the hazards of those have been identified and eliminated. Here, the airstrip that's currently incorporated into Sky Ranch Phase 2 constitutes the type of hazard contemplated by the subdivision ordinance, given its proximity to the proposed residential lots. Prior to approving Phase 2, the Planning and Zoning Commission and the board was not able to consider whether the man-made hazard of airplanes landing and taking off in the backyards of the residential lots had been eliminated, nor did the applicant provide stamped engineered documentation as required by the subdivision ordinance. Let's talk a little bit about the specific safety requirements that we think should exist. These come from primarily our safety report, which has been noted is in the materials at 574 to I think 592. We call it the Wicks report, and I want to just highlight a few things. This report was admitted into the record by the administrative law judge, and it shows that the airport does pose significant hazards to the residents and visitors of Sky Ranch because of the altitude, geography, winds, and lack of buffer zones. And that's a really important one, the lack of buffer zones. And I want to read to you this, what it says from the report. The Sky Ranch Airport is situated in a particularly challenging environment for light aircraft flying. Pilots must contend with very high density altitudes, which is hot and high conditions, rising mountainous terrain, strong gusting winds, including strong crosswinds. In such an environment, the developers, despite having admitted all of these antecedent conditions, have proposed a runway only 3,700 feet long and with a significant upward slope. This runway will be insufficient for many typical light aircraft to take off safely on many hot days. The developer is also proposing minimal safety buffers. It has admitted that its proposed design does not comply with recommended FAA standards. Let's talk a little bit about what those FAA standards would be. So again, today what we have is a 3,700 foot runway, which I'm not a pilot. That sounds long to me, but apparently that's not, according to pilots. So we have a 3,700 foot runway, okay? It's proposed to have a 250 foot wide buffer zone. So the runway itself plus some feet to the edge. So from the center line of the runway, you got 125 feet to the left and 125 feet from the right where there's not going to be building. But those are the backyards of these lots. So the houses are at foot 126, all right? So you've got a 250 foot total wide buffer, a 3,700 foot strip, and then you don't have these runway protection zones at the end. What the FAA and UDOT actually suggests to be safe is a 5,000 foot runway with a total 11,400 foot plot, because you want 3,200, if my math is right, 3,200 feet on the takeoff and 3,200 feet on the approach where nothing is built. And that's because despite the best efforts of everybody, accidents clearly happen. So you need this kind of space and able to prevent an errant airplane from hitting something, running into a house. For the width, what FAA and UDOT requests and recommends for the width is 1,000 feet. Okay, so the recommendation is we want 1,000 foot wide by 11,400 foot wide plot for you to have this airstrip. What we have is a 3,700 foot long airstrip with 250 feet wide. We're not even really close to the recommendation of the experts, okay? And I think that's what's really important is as we get into the applicant's expert, they will say that yes, this can be done safely. Yeah, if conditions are perfect, of course, you can land that short, you can land that narrow, but what if you don't? What if he recommends that if you have a newer, more powerful airplane, that this, shortened runway and the slope's not going to be that big of a deal for you. If you're an experienced pilot who flies in mountain conditions, then you're going to be used to the drafts and the winds that are going to be pulling you all over the place as you try to land and take off. He recommends that if it's too hot, then you're just not going to fly that day. Well, yeah, sure. If conditions are perfect and if you have a perfect pilot, then everything's going to be fine. But you have to plan for when that's not going to happen. An airplane never crashes until it does. A pilot never makes a mistake until he does. And if he makes a mistake and there's homes within 125 feet on either side of him, people are going to die. This isn't a flimsy sort of a thing. This is a real significant issue. And that's why safety is so important for the residents and for us. Let's switch over and talk a little bit about this grandfathering argument, and then that'll conclude my time. They argue that, and we've talked about this a bit, that because the airstrip was built in the 80s, used at some point on and off, that it was grandfathered in. The right to use this property as an airstrip exists. Well, I want to think about that for a second. We've already talked about the fact that he ceased use of the airstrip before he even sold it to Sky Ranch. Sky Ranch held it for 10 years and didn't do anything with it. And then they turned around and made it bigger, longer, and reoriented it onto a different parcel of property. Now, legally, I'm happy to go through all the reasons and case law as to why they've lost their grandfathering use. You can't do any of those things and actually maintain a grandfathered non-conforming use. But I want you to think about this. I thought of an analogy that might bring this home a little bit, and I hope it does. Imagine you've got a rancher who decides to run some hay rides for kids in October. Okay? Invites the kids over, the youth groups, does some hay rides for them. No big deal. People are fine with it because it's not that loud. That's fine. Maybe one year he decides to add a corn maze. Yeah, maybe the residents aren't too happy about the fact that there's a few more kids, a little more noise, but what are you going to do? It's only for the month of October. Then he stops doing it for 10 years. Six Flags comes in and buys that piece of property and comes to you with a plat that says, I'm building roller coasters here. And you say, well, that's insane. That's not the same thing. We haven't even considered anything about a roller coaster in an amusement park. And their argument back to you is, this has always been a theme park. He ran hay rides for a decade. That's the absurdity that you're being requested to look at with this airport. It was a single-use, single-rancher dirt track. They want to turn it into an airport with 51 lots surrounding it in the backyards. The scope of use is not anywhere near the same. So there's absolutely no grandfathered rights here, and we're happy to continue to present that to the court or to anybody who wants to listen, and we think we're going to win on that. But I think you can feel comfortable saying, I don't have to look at this as grandfathered. I don't have to be shunned to look at this de novo or brand new. You can look at this in any fashion that you want to, because there's no vested right here. And with that, I think we're saving questions till the end, or I'm happy to take any now, whatever you'd like to do.
I think we better we have
Hear everything
all
first.
the
Okay.
angles, and then we can.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. And yes, sure. Good afternoon. Thank you for your time. My name is Justin Matkin, and I'm the attorney for Sky Ranch, the developer. I want to kind of start from the beginning here, and just I think from our perspective, fill in some of the gaps that have been left in the story that you've been told so far. The airstrip has been there. It's been there for a long time. Everybody acknowledges that. This idea that it's abandoned is not true. It's always been used in an airstrip. And whether you land one plane there a month or 5 planes there a month, it's still an airstrip. It's still operating as an airstrip with planes landing and taking off. It's not being converted to a public airport. It's always been a private airport, and it will continue to be a private airport. And all the standards that have been discussed about it needs to be 5,000 or 11,000 feet or 500 feet this way, that way, those are for public airports. They don't apply to private airports. This has been reviewed by the FAA, and conclude there's no objection to the safe operation of airplanes in this airspace. And I want to go through some of the factual background and some of the legal arguments, but I also want to leave some time for our safety expert, Mr. Larry Williams. He's here today. He flew in from Tennessee to be with you today and to answer some of the questions you may have about the safe operation of the airstrip. So to be clear, I hope you do go to the YouTube video and watch that YouTube video from 2017. I'm not sure where that came from. The first time I saw that was when I saw the brief from Mr. Spielman, and what you'll see is that there was essentially they were repaving a runway in 2017, 3,700 feet, and it was like a huge project, and everybody watched it. Everybody watched them do it, and before they did it. Let's be clear. They said there were no permits. There was no. Let's be clear about what happened before they did that construction work. Before they spent hundreds of thousands of dollars repaving the airstrip, they contacted Walter Bird, who was the planning administrator, and said, "This is what we intend to do. We plan to lengthen the runway to increase the safety margins of the operation. We intend to realign it, and we intend to widen it and center it down the property so that it's safe." And Walter Bird at the time, there's emails in this in the record, and we've cited in our brief, that Walter Bird, on behalf of the county, said, "There's no permit required. You don't have to do anything. We understand. We're getting a lot of letters from concerned citizens. We don't have a problem with it. Go ahead and do your work." And then, so they did it. They spent hundreds of thousands of dollars aligning and building the airstrip. And the YouTube video shows that perfectly. It's like they're like building I-15. I mean, it's a big project, and everybody watched them do it. And nobody appealed it. They complained, but they didn't do anything legally to stop it. And so it went forward, and they did the work. And then after that, I just want to correct a couple of things too. The idea that this airstrip is going to go away is a fallacy. It's not going away. It's there. It's always going to be there because there's a house already constructed in the first phase. So when you have a phase one of a development, a phase one presumes a phase two. And if you look at the plat for phase one, what it shows in the plat is an airstrip. And it shows lots along the airstrip, and it shows an airstrip easement. And then on the north, it shows future development. Well, the airstrip goes from one end of the property to the other. And what are you going to do on the future development side? Unless you're going to grow hay there or something, there's nothing you can do. You can't develop that. You can't do anything with it according to them. But so the phase one was approved in 2000. The idea that it was abandoned, I think, is ridiculous. But having said that, and this is the reason why, is because after they did all the work on the airport that everyone watched them do, and apparently taking drone videos of it, and still did nothing, Sky Ranch went and obtained an amended plat to phase one. So the amended plat, it's in the record, but this is the amended plat here. And what they did, and this is in 2018, after they did the work on the runway, they did the amended plat for a couple of reasons. One, the original easement on phase one plat was 200 feet. They made it 250 feet because that was the recommendation of the FAA, that they have 250 feet of a no-build zone. And they realigned the lots, and they recentered the runway, so it was down the middle. And they took that to the county. They brought that to the county. And what you haven't heard about is anything about in 2018 when they obtained that amended phase one plat. So after the phase one plat was approved in 2000, recorded in 2001, and then in 2018, after the work was done, they came back to the county, followed the rules, got an amended phase one plat. After they got the amended phase one plat that has 6 lots in it, and clearly this is a platted subdivision that exists with an airstrip on it. There's nothing anybody can do about that. Mr. Ramsey, who's here today, there he is, who's here today, has a house there. He built on one of the lots, and he spent a lot of money building a hangar in his house. There is you can fly an airplane into the airstrip, you can land it on the airstrip, and you can pull into Mr. Ramsey's garage. It has a big airport hangar style garage door on it that he spent a lot of money on. The county made him spend a lot of money on doing fireproofing and things for his garage so that the hangar would be safe. And those are the types of safety things that the county's considered. And so there's a house there. The runway, this idea that, oh, well, we need to make the runway go away, that's a fallacy. It's insane. It doesn't make any sense. It's there. It's always been there. Well, not always, but for a long, long time, it's been there, and it's not going anywhere. And in 2000, and the idea that somehow, Mr. Spielman is, the phase one borders his property. That's the part that borders his property. And so he's saying, well, this is really dangerous. It's been there the whole time. It's been there right up against his property. In fact, Mr. Spielman used to be the manager of the airstrip back in 2003. He was in favor of all this before he was against it. In fact, in our brief, we submitted a communication that Mr. Spielman himself sent to the FAA in 2003. And I'll just show it to you so you can see it. So this is on our brief. This is signed by Mr. Spielman himself. And what does he say? He says the runway is 3,000 feet and is paved. Mr. Spielman represented in 2003 that it was paved to the FAA. And he said the north portion. And he said that the south portion is 2,140 feet long. Well, the only way you get that is if you're going on Mr. Spielman's property. He understood exactly what was there. And he himself is representing in 2003 that the airport's in operation. He's telling the FAA what's happening with it. He's describing what it is. He's saying it's paved, and he's saying it's operated at its own risk. It's a private airport. And at the same time, now he's telling you, oh, that was abandoned. That was abandoned because they didn't do anything. I mean, he was managing the airport, with all due respect. He was telling the FAA that everything was fine. So anyhow, with all due respect, I want to be respectful of everybody's opinion. I know he's trying to protect his existing property rights because he has a developer who wants to buy his property who doesn't like it. So now all of a sudden, we need to change things. Well, the fact is that it's there and there's nothing else you can do. I mean, even if this body said, well, we don't think it's safe, you can't land any more planes there, what is Mr. Ramsey going to do? What are the other lot owners of the phase one going to do? So the point is that the airstrip is there because it's there and because it's been approved many times throughout the process, even when there wasn't a lot of, the county's evolved recently. It's become more sophisticated. Back then, there wasn't a lot of, when you wanted to build an airport, you just built an airport. You didn't have to talk to anybody about it. You just did it. And that's what they did. Well, because it's there, it is grandfathered. That's the definition of being grandfathered. It's something that's there, something that exists, something that's being used. Now, they want to say, well, this, you're turning it from a hayride into a roller coaster. How exactly? It's a paved airstrip. We're not intending to change anything. Now, the only thing that's being done is you're adding more lots to an existing airstrip, a phase two from phase one. So, and again, in the phase one plat, it shows the area to the north, future development. What are we supposed to do? What's my client going to do with 35 acres of future development property? The idea, presumably, is that you would continue the development that was started when phase one with phase two. And sure, there's a lot of people who are upset about it because they've come to town and they don't want it there. But the fact is, it's really not going to be that big of a burden because Mr. Williams would tell you here shortly that it's like if you had a Ferrari, you don't drive a Ferrari every day, right? You drive it once in a while. And so with the planes, the same thing. He's suggesting that there would be a maximum or an average of about 2 flights a day. So it's not like there's some huge use that's going to come. But again, those are the main concerns I just wanted to relay to you. Now, I'd like to turn some time to Mr. Williams to talk about, from his perspective, the safety issues. It is some of the work that was done. The work that was done in 2018, or excuse me, the end of 2017, was done to improve the safety, improve the operating margins, to center the runway, so that you could have a larger area, a no-build zone, that you could extend the runway to make it safer, to just improve those margins. And I'll invite Mr. Williams to come forward to answer any questions you have and to make his own presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Larry Williams. I'm a aviation consultant. My background is I spent 34 years with the FAA as aviation safety inspector. What aviation inspectors do is they give flight checks, they certify air carriers, they certify airlines, flight schools, they investigate accidents, and they enforce the regulations. Before I became an FAA inspector, I spent many years as a pilot. I was a captain for a couple of commuter airlines, and ran a corporate aviation department. We had 3 airplanes, and I went to work for the FAA in 1976. Excuse me. I was contracted to come out here and look at the Sky Ranch. Anytime someone wants to build, alter, or deactivate an airport, they must file a form with the FAA. And this first form was filed back in 1984, and several have been filed since then, the latest one in 2018. And every time the FAA has determined, and their quote is safe and efficient use of the airspace. Now, there's been some concern about the airport runway right next to the fence. The runway doesn't start till 300 feet from the fence. That's called a displaced threshold. This runway has not been marked yet, but that is a displaced threshold. The runway is 3,700 feet. Both sides have a displaced threshold. The airport runway does not start until 300 feet. And that's what the pilot aims at, past that the threshold of the airport. There's many airports that have that. I've flown into Washington National. They have them. LaGuardia has them. San Diego, many others. And there's been some concern about the FAA requires a lot of empty space out past the end of the runway. They do now, but they didn't used to. And an example is Washington National. You fly right down, it's called the river approach. You fly down Potomac River right beside those tall buildings on the Virginia side, right over the Pentagon, and right over a road before you land over a blast fence. A public road, maybe 100 feet from the runway. Same thing with San Diego. You have buildings on both sides while you're flying into San Diego. LaGuardia, even Dallas Love, because it's built up around there a lot. And they operate safely, been operating safely for years. This runway is 3,700 feet. That's plenty of runway for most small general aviation airplanes. Even some jets can operate out of that. The plan is to have mostly single engine airplanes. 3,700 feet is plenty runway, except in some extreme conditions, maybe 100 degrees and no wind and something like that, for it to safely operate. there's only going to be, I think, 45 or 50 airplanes ever based there, way down years from now. My experience in small private airports, airplanes average, some of them don't fly but once or twice a year. Very few of them fly none of them, I've never seen any of them fly every day. So there won't be that much operations out of the airport. And the aviation accident rate has been going down every year. Last year was one of the best years, and I think it was something like 4.5 accidents per 100,000 hours of flying time. And you have to fly several lifetimes to fly 100,000 hours. The pilot is responsible. It's his, he's the final say-so as to whether that flight takes place or not. He determines whether there's too much weight on the airplane, whether the airplane is ready to fly, whether it has any kind of problems with the airplane. And that's what he does on a pre-flight. You see a pilot go out to an airplane, he walks around, he checks the oil, he checks things and makes sure everything is on like it's supposed to be. There's no damage to anything. And he's the one that determines whether he lands at an airport or not. That's why if you ever flown on an airline, sometimes they don't go to the airport you think you're going to land at. They go somewhere else. I left here last month. I was supposed to go from here to Phoenix and then on to Nashville. Well, the flight was late here because they had a problem. They had a part they had to put on there, and the flight got so late by the time I got to Phoenix, I had to go through Dallas and Miami to get back to Nashville. Instead of getting there at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, I got there at 10 o'clock the next morning. And that's because pilots do have the responsibility to make the determination whether it's safe to fly or not. And that's what the regulation says. One last thing, these studies are done by the FAA. They're required by the regulation whenever you alter or deactivate or construct an airport, and even private airports. And as an inspector, what happens, the local office, it's called a Flight Standards District Office, where they have aviation safety inspectors who are pilots. They go out and look at the proposed airport, and they make a recommendation whether they think it's going to be safe or not. And this airport, since 1984, the FAA has said over and over, it's safe and efficient use of the airspace. So there's no safety factor here. Anybody have any question? Thank
Probably
you.
lots of questions, but we'll ask as we go. Thank you. So who should we start with?
Start with Commissioner Harvey. I guess you just ask him.
Yeah.
Yeah, would you please?
Yeah. Can we?
You can see how difficult it is to be the county in the middle of
I know.
these smart folks here.
I'll start with some questions. I had the opportunity to go in the last couple of weeks twice to see the airport by myself. For myself. And the first time I went was in the end between your property and the Sky Ranch there. And the next time I was there, I got to see it from the other end. And, where I live in Blanding, we have lots of traffic. It's in the middle as they land in the Blanding airport. So I'm familiar with planes flying over, and in some ways you get used to, not also, especially the only ones you worry is when it's 2 o'clock in the morning, it's an ambulance going out. But so I had lots of time to visualize what it'd be like having that many more planes. I can see, I thought it was really nice to have a home, which you can fly in and go into your home. But then I tried to visualize how many more permits would be required for more flights to go in. And we say, well, they're not going to be that many, but seemed to me, even in the beginning, probably be a lot more because people will be excited of having a plane, a place to go. Friends want to go, relatives want to go. And so that's one concern for me. The other one is we have several developments going on. It's just not only Valleys and Rock there. We have people already starting other. Sela is there, has lots of land. And if you go there, if you haven't had the opportunity, you stand in the middle of the valley. Such a beautiful valley. I can see why people want to live there because you can see the rocks as we travel in the highway. We don't see the rocks, but when you're in the middle, you see this beautiful rounded valley. I can see why people want to live there. I grew up with noise. I grew up in a big city, so I love noise. It put me to sleep. When I went to Blondie, I couldn't sleep. It was too quiet. But I know lots of people cannot sleep. If they hear one noise, they wake up, they cannot sleep. So I am concerned about, because it took so long when they first started, it was one project, probably wasn't as big, but now with time it's bigger. So I do have concern for that. And so that's, some of the questions that I have in mind. We talk about the right of the ownership, but everybody, there's multiple owners there. They own the land and they have right to the ownership. So I'm going to have to think more, in some ways, and listen to more as the other commissioner asks questions. And so that is my question. And I respect your knowledge about flying, but I also know human nature. If I have something, I want to use it and go. And so I try to visualize what it'd be like if we have 5 planes circling, trying to get in. And also somewhere as I was reading the packet, it mentioned that they're thinking about having some commercial landing. Well, it was there anyway. So that's another concern. If they're going to be doing business from that part, then it's another big planes landing with whatever. So anyway, so.
Can I just ask a couple of those questions to clear those up?
Yeah.
So one, there was a time after the runway was repaved where the Canyonlands Airport outside of Moab was closed down. And as a concern, out of the convenience to the community, they were allowing a UPS plane to land there and pick up packages, and also for emergency medical flights, because there was no other place for, if somebody was hurt in Moab riding a bike or something, they had to be evac. There was no other place for them to be evacuated. And so for a very short period of time, they were using it for UPS flights to carry packages, and in the event that there was a medical evac, they were using the airstrip. But the county came and said, look, if you're going to use it commercially, you need to come and get a conditional use permit. And so they said, we understand, we'll stop that. We won't do that anymore. So there is no plan to use it commercially. It's only
at this time.
Yes,
so
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
They still have the chance for them to come and apply for a different license if they wanted to.
There is no intention ever to do that, but if they needed to, something changed and they wanted to use it commercially, they would need to come back and seek additional approval.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2 is there are no nighttime operations. It's solely during the daytime. And the other thing I just wanted to mention is that some of these, what they're anticipating is that there would probably be a maximum of about 30 aircraft at any time that would be there. But many of these homes are going to be second homes. They're not going to be permanent residents. So really the potential for, like multiple flights coming in and out of there a day is really limited. And so what they've done to try to figure out what the normal uses would be was they went and looked at the logs from the Canyonlands Airport. There's about 35 or so private aircraft based at Canyonlands. And what they saw by looking at all the records is there's an average of about 2 flights a day. So the same number of aircraft, the same number, and it's an average of 2 flights a day. When the weather's nice, sometimes there'll be more. When the weather's not nice, there might not be any. So the idea that there's is going to be like some type of commercial heavy use airport is just not correct.
So
I appreciate the concern though.
So now it's called an airport, or it's still a strip?
Excuse me, it's an airstrip.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an airstrip. I mean, it's a road where airplanes land.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Add my comments to that.
Do you guys have any?
Oh, I'll
Yes, you
ask
can.
after he answers
Oh, okay.
yours, that's fine.
Just to touch on those points,
Okay.
because it's probably going to be a second home community, we actually view that as a detriment to the safety, because when you want to get to your second home and you've got this particular weekend available, you want to get there. But if conditions aren't great for that, you might push it and try and see what happens and try your luck. So we're a little bit concerned that frankly that it is a second home hobbyist type airport where you're going to have less experienced pilots who are actually trying to push it to make a specific date to get to their vacation. So.
Thank you.
Let me just one thing the county considered when during this process was, let's just assume that nothing new had been developed, that we were still at the 6. We were at the phase 1, the amended phase 1 in 2018. Let's see. So you have an airstrip 2018 that's part of phase 1 amended. It's all approved. None of phase 2. None of the stuff we're talking about now. And then let's say you have the development coming in, and let's say the guys, the gals, whoever that own the 6, let's say there are 6 lots there, and let's say they all have an airplane, and let's say they're super excited about flying, and they want to fly every day, 6 of them, and they're going to fly. My point is, one thing the county looked at was, even if you disregard the most recent activity and all the discussion now, if you still had the original airstrip, you could still have, if you had some interested pilots, quite a few flights every day. And if you did, some of the same concerns would be coming forward now, right? And so that's one reason the county felt like, well, there are things the county can do during the development stage when permitting starts. Things like, there are some CCNRs, which are restrictive covenants for the use. You could limit the number of flights per day. If the county feels that whatever the number is, based on the experts per day, then you cap it. So if there's 70 planes, 50 planes, they can only fly 5 a day or 6 a day, whatever it is, then that's the max, So there are some things that can be done. That's what the county felt as it looked at the numbers. Obviously, nobody feels like, if you have all units with a plane and they're all flying every day, that, I don't think anyone feels like that's a good scenario for the use of the airstrip. So.
Well, and then that takes regulating. Who regulates? Right. Who counts the planes as they're coming in and going out? And so.
So it's the same as it. Oh, sorry. Yeah. It's the same as it's always been, which is, you'll have I shouldn't really speak to that. I'm not the expert, but I think you'll have a manager of the airstrip. And there are some CCNRs, so anyone that buys in is going to have to follow certain rules. But it's like an HOA managed by the landowners and residents. I don't know if I said that right or not. I'm not the expert on that point, but that's the way I understand it.
There are CCNRs that are rules and regulations about operation of the airport and airstrip. And so each of the owners who buys there, those are the people who are going to be most concerned about safety, right? They're the ones who have homes along the airstrip. Mr. Ramsey here has a home on the airstrip. He's principally concerned about safety, right? Because if there's an accident or something happens, his home is maybe the first in line to have a problem. But he built his home there. You assume the risk. If you're excited about airplanes and you have an airplane and you live in Denver and you want to come to Moab for the week or for the summer, then you fly your airplane in here, and you accept that risk. And to a certain extent, everyone has accepted that risk because everyone has come here after the airstrip has already been there. And again, the way I would phrase it is that the airstrip exists. And so my client has filed a subdivision application that complies with the subdivision standards. And so the only question is, does there, in our mind, and what the original Board of Commissioners considered was, does the subdivision comply with the ordinance, and does the airstrip exist? And the conclusion was, yes, the airstrip exists, it's grandfathered, it's been there, and the subdivision complies with the ordinance. That's what the conclusion was, and that's what the understanding was, and that's what the original commission concluded. And we think that they did the right thing, and we're here to, I guess, elaborate on that. But anyhow, thank you.
I'd like to speak. Well,
Okay.
My name's come up a number of times, and there's a number of fallacies that have been pushed forward. And so, if you guys would give me a minute or two, would that be allowable?
Yeah. Okay.
Working backwards from the safety of the airport, there's only one house on the airport, and that person's already almost had an accident on the airport. So there's only one airplane flying on it. And we submitted, Mac knows, he's seen the pictures. We never got a reading on it from anybody at the county, but they almost came through our fence. There's a 7,200 volt transformer that they narrowly missed. And that's with one airplane infrequently flying on this airstrip. So that's working backwards. Number two, Mr. Williams has said a few things that he allowed to be conflated in your minds about the FAA approving it. The FAA approves the airstrip, and Mr. Williams was correct. He said the word airspace. But airspace is when the FAA looks for towers or other airstrips or high buildings or high trees or things that are going to impact the airspace that they look at. They make no and they've even said it in emails to the county, they make no judgment about the ground shape of the airstrip, the buffer zones, or anything else. And they specifically say that it's up to the county to design those. And we don't want to get into a he said about safety. I think both safety reports would be really good to have a scrutiny and look at the reading of the safety reports because they both bring up points that are important. But what we're suggesting is that the county use an independent authority that they already use. And so, not to badmouth Mr. Williams, but his report, they couldn't even get the runway heading correct on their presentation to the county. And Mr. Ramsey went on in a verbal presentation of the safety things, and he didn't see it. He's a pilot. The first thing I noticed was that their pattern is wrong. Everything is wrong about it. The entries are wrong. The runways are designated incorrectly. And that's the kind of safety experts you're likely to find, mine included. You should look closely at what he said. But I have faith in mine. Now, going back to what Mr. Matkin said about me and the letter to the FAA in 2003. Bud Tangren, good friend of mine, was still the owner then. I believe this is a really wonderful thing to be able to fly into your own home. And I supported that. I have an airplane next door, in case you didn't know. I have a hangar on my property. But I'm giving up flying because of my age and because there's a higher, better use for the property for me and for San Juan County. And that's the Balanced Rock Resort. But in 2003, Bud was still alive. He was still functioning. And I told him that if we extended his runway onto my property, that it would be safe. And we could never come to the conclusion on it. I told him that his airport property was too narrow, that you couldn't do it safely. It needed to be longer because of the density altitude and because of the rise. Their airport's 99 feet from one end to the other in just 3,700 feet. That's, if you're trying to take off uphill like that, you you're taking off into a blind valley. If you're taking off to the south, it's nothing but mountains and power lines out there. And if you can't outclimb the terrain on a hot day in your small airplane, you're in big trouble. And you better not have houses. You better have an open field like currently exists there to land your airplane in safely and save the people on board and not hit somebody's kids in their backyard. So in 2003, I believed in it, but I abandoned it by saying to Bud, I'm no longer interested in helping you with your airport. And Bud went into the facility because of his memory, and he eventually gave the property to his son, who sold it to the business resolutions folks. But I've been there since 1998. I fly there. My airplane is based there. I'm really the expert in the room on that. And I'm telling you that you can do it, just like Mr. Williams said. It's possible to land. And my airplane's a really powerful airplane. But I've had numerous accidents on my property and Bud's property and the old Grand County Airport property, which is adjoining it, half-mile away. So I've seen a lot out there, and I know that it's a treacherous place. And that's why they moved the Grand County Airport out to where it is now. And if you talk to any of the old pilots, they'll tell you that it's a treacherous place. The reason mainly because the weather comes from the west, it goes over that sharp rim, and it tumbles. It's called a rotor. And you can see flags when you go downtown Moab. You can see one flag going this way and one flag going that way as you drive downtown. That's because the wind will blow one flag this way, and then it'll rotor and come back and blow the other flag the other way. And that's what happens at the Sky Ranch property. So that's the deal.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's the deal with my relationship with the runway. I wanted to make that clear.
Thank you so much. So, do you guys have questions?
I do have a couple of questions.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So, I guess one point that was brought up, and I can't remember by who, is that it had been brought up that there was evidence produced to show safety that came before the county. So now we're asked to determine if it's safe or not. So are we trying to, I guess my clarification is are we trying to determine, was there safety then when it was approved, or is there safety now as we're trying to go through this? And to be honest, there is so much information today. I feel like I'm choosing between my children whose side. I mean, there's a lot of information, but I mean, and the other struggle I have is that if there were processes that were to be followed by the county, I mean, and that's the piece that's being removed from us, is what I feel like, is were certain processes followed and were they followed correctly, but yet is that a determining factor as we make this other decision? Because they all kind of play in together. Does that make sense?
Well, that's been part of the challenge of this meeting and the assignment from the court. You know, all of these arguments, which, you know, are well prepared and well presented and good logic and all that good stuff, they've all been presented to the court, and the judge will consider all of those. Today, he's just asking this group to focus only on the items in question. And so that's why in the beginning, I don't know, tried to steer this a little bit toward just the two questions, you know, one on the safety and the other on the location of the airstrip. As far as safety goes, you know, like I say, the record, wouldn't it be nice if the record had, you know, 2 hours of testimony from Mr. Williams and 2 hours of testimony from Mr. Spielman's expert and maybe the county's own expert way back then, and it was all decided. But again, I just invite you to go back and think of the mindset. You have a 6-lot subdivision that's been approved. There's an airstrip. You have phase 1 amended in 2018 with improvements to the airstrip. It's all there. It's all in order. The county's not thinking in its mind, hey, we've got an airstrip out there that's not safe. It's legal non-conforming. It's, you know, the county doesn't have any of that in its mind, because none of that was really discussed until phase 2 comes along. Well, phase 2 comes along, and these additional units are along the airstrip, and so then all the arguments come forward. And the county, I mean, again, I just cite you back to Scott Burton's remarks, and it could have been clear that regarding safety that was considered, but it's clear to me that the county looked at this and said, hey, we are here to approve a subdivision phase 2. This airstrip has always, it's been there. It's been part of these past, approvals, so to speak, the 2000 to 2018. And we're not here to discuss that airstrip. And so safety became not unimportant necessarily, but just like, well, what's there to say? It's always been there. They've been flying in and out. You know what I mean? So, but at the county commissioners meeting, there was discussion. For the public, they came and they voiced their safety concerns, just like here. The commissioners had their thoughts about it. They discussed it, and their decision was to approve. And then their decision was to ask for a safety report, which both sides submitted, and those were presented to the planning and zoning 9 months later. And I know that Mr. Spillman's experts report, I don't think they feel it was given enough time to be reviewed or the same consideration, but they were both presented. So I don't know if that answers your question, but so the way I feel about it is, from a county's perspective, is safety was considered just like it had been considered for the last 20 plus years, and so what reason did they have to reopen an issue of safety? In their minds, that's kind of the mindset. These are just lots we're talking about. We're not going to go back to the airport. And if you read Scott's statement, he says, in the last part that I quoted there on page 5 of what I wrote, it says, yeah. He says, yeah, so the airport had their FAA license and has been in effect since 1985. So they've had their, and again, it's choppy because we don't talk smooth when we're off the cuff like this. They've operated the airport. The airport was in operation, in which I think predates most of the housing in that area. So that's where we're not necessarily going back to 1985 to consider the airport. See, and so to say it wasn't considered is incorrect, because they said, well, yeah, we had it here for all these years, and it's been in operation. It's gone through certain approvals. We're not going to go back and deal with that in detail right now. And then they did have the reports that came afterward.
So are we considering phase 2, just the six lot, or are we considering all the new development coming in?
Yes.
I saw two different.
So the application is for phase 2. The application in question that's been challenged is the approval of phase 2, which would be the additional lots.
And that's that. So if they want to do bigger and more, they have to come back for more safety.
Right. So one of the, in my opinion is, and the council can speak to this. My opinion is the commissioners can say, we've heard both sides. We've consulted our own people, and we feel like, let's assume you say, we feel like the airport can be operated safely under these guidelines, these rules that have been presented. Then you could say that is our finding of how we can be safe here, and that might mean some amendments to the CCNRs requiring a minimum number of flights. It might require
six property is different than.
So again,
40 or 30,
yeah,
so.
again, you can have 100 units and they can all have an airplane, but the question is how many flights per day. That's one point that can be considered, is how many flights per day, no matter how many units are there. It's kind of like, I don't know,
Anyway.
you live in an HOA and you have a boardroom and you can use the boardroom once a week. I don't know. Yeah, Mr. Anderson wants to speak to that as well.
So,
Thank you.
She'll be back.
It was actually her question that I wanted to answer.
Yes.
I wonder if I should wait just a minute.
We've been in meetings since
I know.
9 o'clock.
Should we? You want to take a 5 minute or?
Yeah.
Well, let's maybe as to your question second, and I'll address hers when she gets back. I think you've clued in on an important point, and that's the enforcement. You're right that this would only be privately enforced by the HOA, and to the extent they enforce it, then they enforce it, and to the extent they don't, and there's problems, then people die. So that's the trouble. This isn't, your grass can only be this tall, or you have to use, rocks instead of lawn. This is you put a house 126 feet from an airplane. That's a problem.
It seems like it's so. The complication is that we make the commissioners that make the decision before, they have one vision, one house, this whatever it was, or maybe 4 houses.
Mm-hmm.
So now, so many years later, we have more development, more things, and we are expected to validate something that was okay probably a long time ago, and now this one can be confusing to people, be used as an approval for all the development, and then we had to manage the flights and anyway. So
right, and as to
so
that,
that is the thing that I think is not clear.
Yeah.
And for us to who regulates the strip,
yeah,
which if it stays there for the 4 houses or what, but I think when we're talking about lots of people, lots of more homes, more traffic, more. And so I don't think we can predict for something that was decided a long time ago to apply. And that's my confusion trying to figure out. But
right. And I think that's why the subdivision process is the way it is. So they're coming to you for this phase 2 to go from, 6 lots was phase 1. Now to go to 51 surrounding the airport and another 30 to the side. Well, now is your chance to look at it and say, well, I do or I don't think that's safe. So this is the time that you would grant or deny that approval, because they're going from a much smaller to a much larger scope. And okay, great. Commissioner Mon is back. I wanted to, no, totally, completely understand. I wanted to address, I think you had a question about, are we supposed to say that what they did before was okay, or are we supposed to say now? And I just want to make clear, and perhaps Mr. Nelson and I have a bit of a disagreement on what the judge is required. So let me just make sure that I have mine on the record in case I ever have to use it. I believe that the judge is requiring you to actually do the harder task of finding evidence. So if you were to simply say that based on the record in the past, they did things okay, I think you're not doing what the judge required. I think the judge has looked at that. He said, I've looked at the record in the past. I don't think you can make the findings that you've made because the record's not sufficient enough. So go back, develop a better record, and make actual findings. So unfortunately, I think your task is much harder than it would otherwise be, but that is what we're here for, to help and do whatever we can.
I'll try to be brief because I know you all have a long day ahead of you. I just want to address one question or one issue raised by Mr. Spielman. And Mr. Ramsey can confirm this, but there's never been an accident or a close call I think what he's referring to are some skid marks on the runway that I think he assumes is like an airplane. But unfortunately, we've had some trespassers with kids who go out on the runway and drive their cars fast and skid and stuff like that, do donuts. And so I think that's the concern, but there's never been an issue with
2 separate neighbors that both witnessed it.
Mr. Ramsey. What?
Well, I came just to listen, but my name's John Ramsey. I built a house at Sky Ranch.
Come forward, please.
Yeah, sorry
Hi,
to
John.
keep delaying things. I'm John Ramsey. I have a house at Sky Ranch. I built the first one, and at the moment, the only one. And I built it with full assurance that it was going to be a runway, and that was the appeal to me. I think that the points that are really important is this is not a public airport. It's a private airport, only be used by property owners. The density shown on the phase 2 was because that's what the county allowed. I guess it was 1/3 acres per lot. In reality, that doesn't work for this kind of community. What it gives the buyer, the new buyer, potential to do is select a certain number of lots for his property. And I've advocated that should be a minimum of 6 lots or more if you're going to build a home at Sky Ranch. Some of the homes will be owned by people that don't have airplanes, probably. Airplanes are like boats. If you've ever ridden a boat, you don't go out every day in it. It sits in the marina 2 weeks. You might go out for a half a day back to the marina. Airplanes are the same way, particularly private airplanes. But the most important thing is this is a private airport, not open to the public. And the owners that end up residing there are going to really care seriously about safe operations at their airport because it affects them, affects their property value. So, you know, I'm the technically the airport manager by default because I live there. I didn't apply for the job, but I have the job. I've refused people occasionally that call and say, "Hey, I'm coming to Moab, but like to land at Sky Ranch," and I said, "No, it's a private airport, and that's the way it will operate." And pilots respect that. On the FAA charts, Sky Ranch is noted as an airport, private. And to a pilot, that means I've got to call to get permission to land there. And I say I get a call every 3 or 4 or 5 weeks, maybe a couple months, asking to land. And I've always said, no, you're not a property owner. Sorry, it's a private airport. And that's a huge point. It's not open to the public. So, thank you. And it's for a pilot, it's a dream. You know, you always want to be able to park your airplane in your garage and look at it, and polish it. So, and these will be, by definition, regulated by the owners of the property. They're not going to tolerate any behavior or conditions that would jeopardize the safety of the airport and the value of their property. It's going to be very important to the owners. So it's a private airport. It's not public. So all these FAA regulations apply to publicly funded public airports and not to private airports. I don't know. There's probably 9,000 or so private airports in this country, like Sky Ranch, and they operate safely and to the benefit of the owners and only the owners. And that's the key difference. This is not a public airport. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time too, for listening to this.
Oh, thank you.
Just like one other comment, which is Sky Ranch is willing to have its regulations and rules enforced. If we need the county to do that, we're willing to do that. We're willing to limit the number of aircraft. We're willing to limit the number of flights, average number of flights. And so we're not saying that this is going to turn into, you know, some massive use or massive situation. We really don't believe it is. And we're willing to enforce them and willing to limit it to make sure that it operates in respectfully of everyone. Right. But the fact is that it's there. Right. And I think you all need to consider that as well as the fact that the original commission considered. As far as your question, Councilor, Commissioner, I think what Judge Torgerson concluded was that I think this is why I interpret what he said was, is there evidence in the record to support the conclusion, right? And so you all, I don't think, are going to be able to say, I can say yes or no, but is there evidence in the record to support it? And I think there's clearly evidence in the record to support this because we've had Mr. Williams, who is an retired FAA safety inspector, not only produce his original report that was presented to the Planning Commission. The original board was concerned. They said, well, look, why don't you go get a report and then present that to the Planning Commission? So we did that. That's what we did. And then after that, they came forward with the Wicks report. And then in the packet that we gave you last week, we included a rebuttal report that responded to those questions. And so, again, if you have any specific questions about, is it going to be safe? Are the winds too, whatever? Again, Mr. Williams is here, happy to address any of those questions. Thank you.
have any comments or questions?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Harvey. I'd like to ask a few questions. My first question is in regard to the current owner, Sky Ranch. Is that who the owner was? I'm sorry. So
Who actually owns the property? Is it Business Resolutions? Is it the LLC that owns the property?
It's owned by a company called Moab Development Trust, of which Business Resolutions is the trustee.
Yeah.
But the name of the development is Sky Ranch.
Okay, Sky Ranch is the development. The company is a different entity.
Well, it's just the name of the development, the property. The owner of the property is a different name, but the Sky Ranch is not its own entity. It's just the name of the subdivision.
Okay. Because this is a private airstrip that is on private property. Who has written the rules for use of that private airstrip? That's my first question.
Justin.
The owner of the property wrote the rules in consultation with safety experts and with Mr. Ramsey. The owner is the one who came up with the rules, who wrote the rules and regulations of the operation, and who prepared the CCNRs, which are the governing documents that control the use of it privately.
Okay. Those rules and documents that the owner has made, are they in our packet?
They are. Let's see. I think they're starting on page 637 of the packet of the record. It's basically the last document, I believe.
Okay.
One thing to keep in mind is the plat for phase 2 has not yet been recorded, because we're going through this legal process here, and the CCNRs, have they been recorded, Justin? I didn't think so, but no. Okay. So these are things to be implemented if.
Thank you. So for the phase 2, from my understanding, we have no recorded plat.
Right. You have a proposed plat that's been approved by the planning and zoning, and then the county commissioners, just not recorded yet. Didn't want to record it until this is all resolved.
Are we able to request now a recorded plat before we make our decision?
I don't think that would be proper because, approval or denial has got to be decision made first, and you wouldn't want to have a recorded plat and then have it be denied.
Okay.
But the proposed plat is the one to be recorded. So the one you've got in your packet is it's the plat that was approved.
Okay.
We have Johnny Miller here, and I wonder if you can give us an advice before we had to come back later on with more. Since you counsel, can you kind of give us a direction? Is that okay?
I think Jamie was still finishing. Jamie still had a question. I think he was
I
trying to
think
finish.
Jamie's got some more questions.
Well,
that he
yeah,
answered
I'm sorry,
first.
Jamie.
I had some requests so that we are able to talk and make a good decision. And my ask is this. I think I heard an attorney say they were willing to have the county enforce. They were inviting the county to enforce. And there was a couple more statements about willing the county to review the rules. I don't remember the exact wording, but they were
Justin, speak to
stated
that.
verbally. I would. Could you repeat that for me real quickly?
Yes, sir. So yeah, what we've been talking to the county about in a way to try to resolve this dispute is we're willing to agree that the rules and regulations that have been presented to you and to the county would be the rules and regulations that get recorded. So we confirm that those rules and regulations are the rules and regulations. And to the extent that those ever need to be amended or changed, that we would get county approval to do that. And then to the extent that there was ever, the county is not giving up all responsibility for, this isn't the last chance the county would have to consider something. For instance, every building permit that gets submitted to the county will have to be reviewed. And so the county will need to, for instance, if there's a request to make a hangar, the county would have to look at it and say, okay, is this just like they did with Mr. Ramsey? So those regulations, like I said, we've been willing in the past to formalize the rules and regulations, to voluntarily restrict the flights, to voluntarily restrict the number of airplanes that could ever be based there, to potentially help mitigate some of the concerns about, are there going to be lots and lots of flights? We just don't think that's going to be, that's not going to happen. So we're willing to voluntarily limit those things.
I would like to request that in writing for the county.
Okay.
Those points that were just outlined verbally in writing and signed for us to review and have on record. Madam Chair, sorry to take too much time.
No, you're fine. Just take your time.
This is a lot. The second request I have is this. Do we have any aerial photographs of then and now for us to consider?
There are several. I think we could probably get you some in color, clear and more helpful, helpful. Let me ask you this question: Are you wanting those to help you answer the safety question or the other issue of non-conforming because of an expanded use? And the reason I ask that question is, it's a legitimate question. It's a legitimate argument. I'm just saying that the judge is not asking us to make decisions about that part of it. He will make a decision about it. He may agree with the positions that have been taken about some of those things. So, but anyway, the answer to your question is yes, there are quite a few good visuals of the airstrip before and after and so forth.
I like to
There's
ask.
some of them in the packet. Maybe they're just not as in color or
I
whatever.
like to ask for clear, legible aerial photographs of then and now. The reason why I'm requesting these is because the court has asked two questions of the commission: whether private airstrip is within phase 2, and because of whether the airstrip can be operated safely within a fly-in and fly-out community.
So I think the first question, everyone agrees that it is physically located within the subdivision. I've always felt like when ALJ Luke wrote her opinion, I just felt like she didn't mean what she wrote in there, because it's clear that the airstrip is within the subdivision because it's right there. it's been in the subdivision since phase one.
So here's phase one. On
Yeah.
your monitor.
Just anyway.
And it denotes where that airstrip is.
Yeah. But the photos we can get, and I'll work with the attorneys to make sure that the ones they feel are most helpful are able to be provided.
Those are my best asks, so that I'm able as a commissioner to review. Madam Chair, I cannot make a decision today because we have a very big document
Lots of documents,
to review. And so I would like to make a motion to table this to the next meeting. It'll allow us as commissioners to do our due diligence in carrying out what the court has requested us to do.
Yeah, and one of the choices they did mention is to send it back to the planning and zoning and get an expert, our own expert, to advise us in case, make sure that we understand and have our own, I don't know, so that can be a possibility, or what we can do, what you say, we can just do our own research and.
Yes, but my main motion is to table this item for further review, and to push it out to our next
In 2 weeks.
in 2 weeks.
And I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 If you stay here long enough, you're gonna hear the dinner bell. Just so y'all know.
6 o'clock. It comes at 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock, yep.
Okay, so now what we have this, Matt?
All right. Let's give it a second for everybody to clear if those that are leaving.
Just a 2 second. I just need 2 seconds. I gotta go.
I guess we'll take a few minutes break and then we'll.
the original picture.
Thank you.
Did we mean, kind of clarify our next commission meeting or in a monthly meeting?
We have a conflict on the 17th, so at least 1 month out. Do
Okay.
1 month out.
Yeah, we'll go a month out.
Yeah, we can do a month out.
Yeah, a month. Yeah.
Is that July 1?
Yeah, July. Whatever, the first Tuesday in July. Mhm. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Next time I'm getting nervous. These guys. I should have saw. How did I word it? It's going back to the original consideration of approval of the Sky Ranch Phase 2 subdivision. Because it was Phase 2 that's been in flux. And so,
It's been approved prior.
it was approved by our appeals, and he wanted us to reconsider the subdivision, but with the safety. So I don't have anything to say anything. We need to change it.
Well, just speak with him about how you put it on the agenda for 2 weeks.
Thank you for your questions. I have very exacting questions.
Good. This is how you good day. No, not at all. One of the most difficult things about this is how to discuss it in a focused way, because It just is like a tree that has roots that goes out in any direction. It says, anyway, these guys are really sharp in their points, you know. And I've just felt the whole time like this, like, you know, because this was all done before I ever even came in. If this came before us today, we would, you know, probably do things. I'm not saying the outcome would be different necessarily, because I always go back to, let's say phase 2 is not approved. Then what do you do? What if the guys in phase 1 decide they fly 80 years, they fly 100 times? You know? That's my if we accept, if we approve their benefits, phase 2
then
these conditions.
Okay, we'll rephrase that.
Everybody comes in and wants to kick you out. It's like the Barbara Mandrell song when she said, I was country when country wasn't cool. Now you got all these things.
Mitigate or remove. He's like, remove any hazard.
That's not what the statute says. The statute says if they show that they mitigated then you must approve subdivision.
You can't see the homes. You don't know where they're laid out. That was our position. This is just drawing lines in the sand. Where are the lots exist?
That's past.
I think it's safe for the 6 house homes, but I don't see if you stop and see trying to fly out, there's no, everything is climbing, every direction is climbing, and I don't know which way they're gonna.
It's LAX.
Which way they're gonna
LAX is like right over the ocean.
Well, the thing is, the developer hasn't got the thing. He's just waiting for.
Yeah.
Yeah, none of them are here. Okay.
He said you don't want her children there, they for that.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole different question. That way, that's the whole discussion.
Yeah.
Because the second portion of this, of phase 2, that is what Justin said, just as it was in phase 1, it was all
Yep.
recorded
Yeah.
and never litigated. So that piece isn't up to this.
Yeah, it's already there.
It really would be city, the housing around the airport, the buffer that you'd have for the home.
My monitor just quit working. I'll come over there. Let me see.
Okay.
Does yours switch it?
I switched it now, so yeah, it should just be on mine.
So are you on yours?
Yeah, all of a sudden my screen just went black.
What it is.
Stop.
What a mess. Right?
But I just wanted to trick going somewhere that you're not being asked to. Right now, you're only being asked to answer one or two questions for the judge. If you want to move forward with other negotiations, you're looking at you make all these changes. They're conceding phase two, and those are agreeable to the other side. Then on the side, there's a little button on the clock. Getting through this litigation on the original approval of phase two. That's getting rid of the policy. Now the mouse is on your side. That's what that part of the question of the judge. She wants to see in the record that they did consider safety as part of the decision. And if they did, and especially if whatever the county attorney can chime in, and then they have legislative immunity. So it's not a question for Judge Torgerson to say, well, they heard the safety stuff, and I don't agree with the decision that they made based on all the safety information they had. All he can ask is, did they consider safety? Is that concern? He wants to, he's giving you the chance. I think somebody wants to uphold your approval by saying the record that your ELJ gave me doesn't show that there was safety issues that you considered when you made the decision. Was it you? Prior commission. I'm giving you a chance to redo the record if there was safety issues that were taken into account at the time, put them in a new record and bring that to me. Then I'll make that decision. I would do not manufacture anything. That's
Tell you one thing, any of those wires that are evaluation.
See that little wire there that's hanging out? Yeah. Okay, no, you're not. Weird.
Commissioner, they didn't have carne asada, so I brought pork quesadilla. No, get you your soda in a minute.
Don't be kicking.
Now we know.
I'm sure it was me.
Sorry.
Thanks, Rosa.
Yeah, thank you, Rosa.
It was lovely to see you. We're gonna head out. If you ever need anything from us over at CERTA, feel free to reach out anytime. We're happy to help. Write some grants, get some funding for you. So. Your lunch looks very good.
So good to see you. How are you? That was insightful. It was really insightful. Well, I'm thinking about our airports in Carlo, and I'm like, have we done our due diligence now and seeing all this stuff happen?
So you always do lunch? Long ones?
Oh. Here's your speech. You're never going to please everyone. No, you already know that whatever you choose, you're going to have this army with good work coming. Either way, which is
I think so. Made in Mexico.
and it's hard too because I think people have really good points, and you've got to kind of take your personal out of it
Yeah.
to do that decision.
Shannon's gonna come back or not?
Do you need another water? Yeah. Right.
I'm okay.
You're good?
Thank you.
I hope they got you what you asked for.
This is great.
I've
Yeah,
never
this is
ordered
great.
it before, so.
Thank you.
They look fine. I'll go see.
James, did you understand that? The public comment about the resolution
Yeah.
instead of an ordinance?
I did. So we're not, so we talked to Bart and went over this a lot with him. We're just talking about removing the non-substantive cover sheet part of that.
That's a good idea.
Language, yeah, that's just the whole, yeah, just that.
Okay.
And
So
so we're
explain
not
that.
changing anything, we're not changing any substantive part of that ordinance. This is to help the public not be confused when they see that and they say, oh, it's draft.
They always have that, and we've gone to court. That's what I raised in some of the court discussions of why that says draft in there. And so,
You're-
okay,
You
as
know
long
what
as
he's
you,
talking about?
Yeah.
on that
You
resolution,
agree?
that we had
Mentioned it to me,
yeah,
that
draft.
Leave it stands as draft, because that's what they approved.
Yes.
They approved the draft.
And then, so today, they have a resolution to remove that language instead of
Thank
an
you.
ordinance.
Bye.
And so it's like, can you remove draft when it's in an ordinance?
We're not changing the ordinance, the law. We're just
And so
trying to
that's where,
de-confuse the public.
We can do that, right?
Yeah.
see, and that's where I
Shannon-
worry, is that can
Shannon
you
is
change
the-
an ordinance by a resolution, even if it's non-substantive? And so that's where we
Well-
get into the concern is who determines non-substantive? And then it gets into this
This is like,
legal
so
rabbit
this is like, someone sends in a document that's for approval, and with it, they send a cover letter saying, dear commissioners, here's
And
this
that was what they
document for your
approved, though.
approval.
That was the hard part.
And it gets approved as one thing. The ordinance got approved, not the cover document as part of the ordinance.
No,
It's-
it was
it's
part, that was the difficulty is we presented a final and like, okay, here's the final. That's what planning commission recommended. Instead, they went to the previous reiterations on purpose because they didn't like the planning commission. They only wanted what Landmark had presented, which was a draft. And so that's where we were stuck with it. And that's why Kendall and those guys were like, no, don't touch it, leave it. That's what they approved. They approved that draft.
Procedure that
We talked about that as well.
So that is the ordinance.
That's the ordinance. That's why I left it in
So
there.
really all we're talking about is moving the
Cover
draft
sheet.
stamp so that it can be properly recorded as the final ordinance.
Yeah. So we've been using it as
Is
that.
action that the commission needs to take, or is that an administrative action?
Well-
in order to record the action.
So you know Bart Coons. So Bart and Mitch have really been the ones working on it. And they decided, I think they decided this because people have seen it. And if they see a change, some people will squawk. I mean, Mr. Brooks already did. So the idea was, let's have a resolution, explain that we're removing the draft part so that the public's not confused, but we're not changing any part of the ordinance, the substantive part of it. And I don't know, it seems pretty simple in my mind that we're not violating any rule of, you know, the law that's enforceable now that you would cite to in a is the same before and after. The only thing is now people can see that it's not got the draft. I didn't know if you wanted to even tell me.
Yeah, no.
Does it?
Yep. You'll be good.
And that's what they approved. That was the hard part. That was the difficulty. They didn't like the process. They didn't like the results of it. And so the public was pretty adamant that, no, we want the previous version, which is the draft. And so,
You want to have a burrito, Johnny?
No.
They have some,
Thank you for coming.
I think,
Appreciate what you do.
So Mac, you're feeling a little this way about it?
I'm worried.
what you worry about.
I
The
think
appropriate way on the ordinance to amend an ordinance would be.
we've got two legal people telling us it's okay.
So what does Johnny say?
He said it's okay.
You're saying it's okay?
What's that? And
On the resolution to change that ordinance.
That's kind of, you gotta go get lunch and come back.
I mean,
Or we'll get you lunch.
It's so hot.
That's kind of down the line though.
So that he says okay?
It's not.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, he's gonna. Yeah, they just gotta discuss that. He and Bart and
Jens. Okay.
Okay. Hold on.
Man, that cleared the room out.
Okay, so we are in,
We are back on.
so are we in business action now?
So we are on item number 6, which is consideration and approval of adjustment and compensation for the San Juan County Assessor. We have Rick Myers here.
gonna give him a reduction in pay in front of the public.
I have no lawyers with me or anybody else. Thanks. I'm glad Jens is here. It's always good to see Jens.
This is scary, yeah.
So,
I keep thinking I'm gonna.
when elected officials get elected, you get a certain pay grade, right? We all got the same pay grade. We all are doing the same. So, somebody brought this to my attention that the surveyor has a higher pay grade than the rest of the elected officials. And we looked at that closely and said, well, what's the difference between the surveyor and everybody else? Well, he's got a license. And they said, well, don't you have a license? I said, yeah, I have to be licensed to be the county assessor. That's part of the job. Without the license, you cannot be a surveyor, you cannot be an assessor, you have to be licensed. And so what I'm doing this morning or this afternoon is, and this is for the future, I mean, this is a correction that might have been occurring for many, many years because of the situation. So what I'm asking the commissioners this afternoon to look at is that the assessor position is compensated the same as the surveyor, because we both have to be licensed to do our jobs. And that's what I came here this afternoon to ask you commissioners for that. And we're in the midst, okay, so I waited a little bit knowing that we're in the mid-year budget adjustment period. So my budget is, I've got enough money in the budget to cover starting in January 1st, because we're in a new election year. So I got elected last year. We're in a new election season, the 4-year period, to start in January 1st going forward. So that when I'm finished being the assessor, the new assessor will have the correct salary for the position.
So, is there a,
I've talked to Tranner too about this too.
yeah, is there a procedure, like, since it's a public elected position, is there procedures how we do? We had to have public hearing? Do we have to get support from? I don't know. There's something that and
There is
so
Utah code specifically for county officers to approve any increase with them. Typically, it's done at your budget hearing. When you're going through your budget process to adopt your final budget is when you have that, and you have to have a specific special public hearing for county officers, and any potential pay increase has to go through that process in order to do it.
okay, and this is not for this year. This is for next year.
No, this is for this year because we're in the new 4-year. So I was elected last year. Now we're in a new 4-year election cycle. And so I had my license. I got my license in 2023. But last year's budget, my budget hearing and budget meeting was so chaotic. We never really talked about my budget. We talked about a few other things. So that's why I'm bringing up at this point the mid-year budget.
Well, we usually set budgets on the beginning of the year, so I just trying to figure out. Anyway, I don't have all the answer for that, and I think it's something we have to check and figure out how we go about it, because I'm sure they probably saw the elected officials that they'll start thinking, well,
Yeah,
and I
so
know,
when we make, and just so you reference, you're looking at chapter 17 in Utah code dash 16 dash 14, which kind of describes that process that we've got to follow. And so it's something that you can, as we go through our mid-year budget and we do that adjustment, and that typically takes place around August. Once we get the new, the final tax, then we've got to true up our budgets at that point in time. And in that process, we do have the public hearings. And so that's something that we can consider at that time. But right now, we do have to follow that process.
Okay, wasn't aware of that.
So the public gets a chance to weigh in on it, and you go through that proper procedure.
So a couple things regarding this request. So I did a little bit of homework with this, and I think a couple of things to consider is that an assessor can run for office without being licensed. So anyone can run for that assessor position and then eventually get that license. A surveyor cannot. A surveyor has to be licensed in order to take that position.
Okay.
And they have to have a 4-year degree, plus they have to have 4 years of working under someone. So I think when we're trying to compare apples to apples, it's a little difficult to do to compare the two positions. So I think another piece of information that I would like to see come forth is that we have some comparisons in the state, like what an average of assessors are making, what an average of surveyors are making. So at least there's a ballpark of where we go with that, instead of just saying, hey, the surveyor's making this much, I should be making this much. I think there needs to be a little bit of homework that comes to us besides that procedure as well. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm requesting.
And they do have a chart where it kind of show.
Every year, UAC produces a spreadsheet of all of the elected offices and the pay that they have throughout all 29 counties
Yes.
throughout the state. And so
Get with
we do
UAC.
have that information.
Okay.
And so
So that answers your question. We have to probably do some more.
Well, we have to
More
start
work.
someplace, getting information and
Yeah.
all these type of things.
and I can send that to you if you don't have that.
Oh, yes, if you wouldn't mind, Mac. So I mean, yes, you're correct. The surveyor has to have it when he starts, but the assessor has to get it within the 3 years or they get taken out of office. So there's the pressure of getting licensed.
Which I don't disagree with you, but I know that one thing that's interesting. So if we lost our surveyor tomorrow, we could not just replace them with anyone because they would have to be licensed. And no offense here, but if for some reason you walked out the door tomorrow, we could replace that position, and they would just do the same process of going and getting licensed for that. So there are some differences there. And so in my mind, I've got to, we've got to have some real evidence and data to kind of back this whole thing up. So.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just brought some information too. Looks like we're going to have about $202 million worth of new growth in the county.
Awesome.
And with about $48 million so the 202 million includes about 48 million of actual new houses, new growth, new businesses assessment.
Right.
And the other is factoring and reassessing property. So
Thank you.
we got a little bit going on here. So
Thank you so much.
all right, thank you.
Thank you for
All
what
right,
you do.
and I will get that back to you,
Okay.
Commissioner Mon. So
Thank
yeah,
you.
thank you.
Thank you so
Okay.
much. Bye. So who's next?
The
Oh,
next
DJ, he always come with his smile.
So the next item number 7, consideration and approval of the Central Federal Lands Highway Division project. TJ, welcome. Thanks for being here.
See, now you know why I
He's
wanted
the
it
guy
on.
with the money, so
Now
he
he knows
comes
why I
with
wanted
his
it 2 weeks ago. If I'd have known you were going to do this controversial of a meeting.
Oh man, just think, don't you feel sorry for us? My hair hurts so bad.
You still got like.
Did you say your hair hurts? Because I don't know what that's like.
Wore his hair off.
All right, so what this is I applied for a grant, and this is the Federal Highways Administration. And what it does, this one particularly, is for recreation type areas. So it can't have industry, things like that use the road. And so this road is from the cattle guard to the county line at the Forest Service boundary that goes to Najoni Campground. It's 4.7 miles. What we do right now is we mag chloride that road so that people can get, with Forest Service help, to get to that campground. So this proposal is to pave that section.
Wow.
It's $12 million. The grant will be fully funded by the federal government. There's no match to the county. We've been approved. They picked 5 projects in the state of Utah for a 5-year period. So we could be awarded the money probably between 28 and 30, 2028, 2030. What is in your packet is an approval. They're going to spend $80,000 to come down and scope the project, to basically make sure I did my homework with my proposal to them, to make sure that it meets what they are. They will fund that completely. No money to the county. And so I've got to get it back to them with the signature that says, go ahead, the county is supporting this project. We have letters of support from the Forest Service because it does go on that road that's through the Forest Service. We have a letter of support from the city of Blanding because it will impact a lot of the citizens in Blanding that go to the Dry Wash Reservoir, that access the causeway, all that up there. And so I felt it was a good project. to put together. We only can apply for it every 5 years, and then
Wow.
they award your stuff. Right now, we're sitting at number 2 on the list. So there's about a 98% chance we will get funded
That is
on the
good.
project.
We use that road quite a bit, and trying to catch up with the family, you're just eating all the dust. behind.
Yep.
So
So that's what this project is, and so I'm asking for an approval that they can go and spend $80,000 of the federal government's money on this project, and then supporting the project to where, as we move through the phases, we can just keep going with it. And so, as today stands, there's no money out of pocket for the county.
Any questions?
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll just call it the TJ Road.
Okay, item number 8 on here is the approval of
Hello,
combined
hello. Nice to see you.
periodic screening, diagnostic and treatment, consumer education, San Juan contract between San Juan County and the State of Utah Department of Health and Human Services. Mike, thanks for sitting through all that.
Oh yeah, it was eye-opening. I don't pay attention to a lot of things that happen. Not that doesn't mean I don't pay attention to anything, but it was nice to hear it all.
Okay.
I grew up near a different runway.
Right out of your backyard.
It's fun. So this contract is a renewal, basically, of a 5-year term contract, something that historically we've always been doing. It's the early periodic screening and diagnostic and treatment of children that are enrolled in Medicaid, to reach out to the parents of these children and help identify problems or conditions that could be resolved through diagnosis with their primary care providers, link them to resources, remind them if they haven't done it. We're provided a list each month from the state health department of people to contact, and this is, to fund that work, to reach out to them and give them whatever kind of support.
Is this a federal fund or is
Honestly, let's see.
It's okay. I was just trying to see if federal dollars are coming our way.
I know sometimes in other contracts, they break it down as far as like
What
where
percentages,
exactly the
yeah.
funding is coming from, and this one,
Medicaid enrolled physicians and dentists, so maybe.
yeah, we do get reimbursed by Medicaid. So
Okay, so it is part of a federal program. Yeah.
and and it's reimbursed based on the work that we do.
Do you have a question?
I do. So we see that reimbursement amount of 53,000. So is that the amount we will spend, or that's all we're going to get reimbursed for?
We can spend up to that amount.
Okay, so it's not like we spend 100 and they reimburse us for 53.
Right.
So that's how much we will spend.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Number 10, I guess. Huh?
Okay.
I got a couple
Item
more, so I'll just
number
hang out.
8 on here is approval of the early childhood target case management contract between San Juan County and Utah Department of Health and Human Services.
This one also is similar. It's a 5-year contract. Total cost reimbursement of $68,000 for the same, up to that amount of work performed within the perimeters of the contract. And this is also an intervention support, more actual, it's like to identify and inform the parents or guardians of the appropriate and available services. It's kind of a continuation of the other, but they're separate.
They work together, probably.
Yeah, and our nurses and staff connect with a lot of these families through the WIC appointments and also through that outreach list that's provided to us by the state.
Okay. Commissioner Herbs, you have any question? Any question?
No.
Okay.
Go ahead and motion to approve.
I'll second it.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The resolution passes.
Okay, item number 10, consideration and approval of contract between Utah Department of Environmental Quality and San Juan County Public Health for funding year 2026.
All right, this contract from Department of Environmental Quality is the main source of funding that that funds our position for our environmental health director to do all that he does. Ensure clean air, clean water.
Asbestos, all
and so
this stuff.
on. Huh?
Asbestos in the wall. Or
Yes, all of it. And we're surprised, or not, well, we're pleasantly surprised. This year, the funding has increased nearly 20,000, which is significant.
That's good.
And that in the past, we've been, as far as this pot of funding for our environmental services, we've been in the negative. And this will get us a lot closer to, well,
that's
hopefully not being in the negative. So that's really awesome.
Well, that's nice. Extra money is good nowadays.
Yes. And I don't know if it's a big deal or not. On the letter that they sent us, just a small thing, but they CC'd different contacts on that, and they have Bruce Adams, San Juan County Commission Chair. I tried to get them to.
How about you just call them?
We have been working with them.
I emailed
We
back
have
to them and
emails
said,
going
can
back
you
and
change
forth."
this to say Commissioner Stubbs as the commission
Shut your
chair?
mouth. No.
And she did resend the letter to address the commissioners in the letter, so that changed, but
Not
I
below
didn't
on the
specifically
contact.
point out
Okay.
Yeah.
replacing the other name, so I
In the
apologize for that,
contract
but I'm
itself.
working on it.
Well, thank you.
But other than that, the other two contracts have.
Any comments or questions?
I'll make a motion to approve.
One second.
All in favor say aye.
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 All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate
Can
it.
I just ask a question? How things going?
Oh, we're functioning, we're alive and doing everything that we can.
Well,
Things
that's
are-
good.
things are
You know, some of us are not quite alive yet.
Yeah, we've added a few new employees and, well, we're about to add a few. We've added one new one and we're looking at getting another one to
Oh, good.
replace some of these empty positions we have, so.
Any news on potential directors or no?
Not that I'm aware of at this point.
Okay.
Still going through the process.
Yes.
We're going through the
still in
process.
We're still looking or hoping to get a new nursing director.
Oh,
That's
good.
still a concern, but yeah, like I said, we're staying on
Just
the course.
one day at a time, huh?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, next item on here is consideration and approval of letter of financial commitment for San Juan County's participation in the Utah Office of Tourism Co-op Marketing Grant application for $225,000. Allison is here to present this item.
Thanks for your time today. So this is a grant that we apply for every year out of the tourism office. It's a way we kind of double our money for our marketing budget. So one of the requirements of the grant is to get a letter of financial commitment from our commission, just stating that if we're awarded grant funds, the county will allow my department to use a matching grant funds to be used for the marketing plan that I included in your packets. So my board, my Tourism Tax Advisory Board, I did present this to them about 2 weeks ago, and they approved this plan. So if you have any questions about it.
I missed the meeting. I kind of felt bad. I was here in the building doing other things, and
Well, I'm glad to hear I'm not the only one that missed the meeting.
I was got busy doing something else. I was talking to different people anyway. So anyway, what is the amount of
It's
that?
$225,000. That's the maximum amount for the grant.
Okay.
Each year, it kind of decreases a little bit, the maximum that we can apply for. there's so much ask, and they just can't fully fund everybody. And then the Utah Office of Tourism's budget was also reduced a little bit, so they had to reduce the maximum that we can ask for. I always, and we always apply for the maximum amount because you never get the full amount you ask for, so you will have to make some cuts, but
Yeah.
it's within our budget, it's within the amount that's already allocated for marketing. And it comes from transient room tax, not from the general fund.
That's good. Is any questions or comments?
Nope.
Maybe just a request to share what the advertising looks like this year for our county.
For tourism?
And, yeah, because these reels probably go internationally, but I'm just curious what they look like.
What the advertising looks like,
Mhm.
as far as like
As
the
far
design, what
as
it
the
looks like.
International.
If you've got an ad, then what's your ad look like? Just to keep us in touch with.
Yeah,
the
I can
efforts.
share with all of you. I don't remember if I attached it to the agenda packet, but I can share with you the presentation that both our marketing agency that we work with and that I also gave to our board. And it has examples of a lot of the ads, and they'll change from year to year. We're planning to stick with some of the same taglines that we're currently using for next year. One of the taglines we're using now is the purpose of it is to kind of connect the communities and the amenities we have in each of our communities with all these parks and monuments and beautiful outdoor places. Something that we started hearing just a couple years ago is people would see, you know, our backdrop when we go to travel shows, or they'd see some of our ads and they'd say, wow, that's really beautiful, but I bet there's nowhere to stay near there. And we're like, well, yes, there are. You know, we have small towns, but we have amenities in each of those towns. So that's one of the things that we've been working on this year, 2025, and then we plan to continue that for next year, is connecting the fact that there's lodging, dining, guides and outfitters, amenities close by to all of these parks and monuments that we've been promoting. So I will share that with all of you.
I just want to make a comment. We had a conversation about how the film industry or whatever has a website where you can take picture of your home, whatever, this building, we can take a picture of this building. And I sometimes sit down and watch just past four movies, and it's amazing. Some picture, it kind of spoiled for me now because, that picture was in the movie before. See, like they use her over and over some picture.
Film locations, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something can be the front of a building or front of a house or and a street. I mean, there's one I saw 3 or 4 different times. I can think this is funny how they just copy and paste.
Yeah,
the
and it
movies.
can be somewhere completely different. We just had filming down here in San Juan County just a couple weeks ago, or maybe a month ago now. But it was for a major motion picture that's mostly being filmed on Easter Island. But they were looking for some very specific locations, including like a very specific type of house. They ended up finding that house out near LaSalle. And so they did filming there for a couple days. But what Commissioner Stubbs is talking about is just encouraging our local businesses and our local residents, if they're interested in getting their businesses, their homes, even the county, this courthouse building,
Anything
could be
that's
on the
unique,
film directory listing.
Yeah.
And so they pay big money to come and use these locations. And then it's fun to get to see it. You know, a lot of people will travel to see these locations. That's sort of the purpose of the Utah
to having those
film marker trail that they have now. Is people do like to go and visit some of these locations.
So I'm wondering if we could promote one thing on the tourism website. We need to do a swag shirt that says "I survived the Moki Taco."
I know. I've been saying that for a long time.
But you got to have the car like 2 wheels off the side because that's what they always
Yes,
think happen.
People are always saying we slid the whole way down. I've been saying that for years. We need
I'm
like
just saying that.
bumper sticker.
Yep.
A T-shirt. Yep.
If not, maybe I'll just design it myself.
You should.
I think I will.
Yeah.
I think people would buy it just based on the
I know.
responses we get when we post pictures. Thousands of comments.
Hey, I'll
of
come up
people.
with it.
Yeah.
As you head south out of Salt Lake City, closer to I think it's the Orem area, you'll see our billboard.
Uh-huh.
That one has been a hit this year, where a lot of comments have come in and say, "Hey, I saw your guys' billboard.
Yeah.
It's off to the left." But yeah, it's a super good message. I think
That one is head south to go west. West not as in a direction, but as in an Old West.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, that one
I
I
have
have
seen that.
received more comments on that than any. We've done billboards in that area for years and years and years, and I've received so many comments from Monticello residents, people that work in the building, people all over the state have commented on that. It's very specific to the Wasatch Front because you have to, the head south is the direction, to go west is the Old West. The cowboy,
I love
the
it.
cowboy history and all
Yeah.
that.
That's way cool.
Thank you. Any question?
Motion
Well-
to approve.
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 The motion passes.
Okay, and item 12 is consideration and approval of letter of support for the co-op marketing grant application for Blanding.
Yes. So I'm presenting this. This is a new requirement this year for anybody who applies for the co-op marketing grant who's not a county tourism office. So for the city of Blanding, they apply every year for a much smaller amount than we do. But a new requirement for their grant application is that they need to have a letter of support from their county's tourism office. So that would be from me, but the way our county is set up, that needs to come through commission. So I'm just here to present that for them. So Ben Muelstein just kind of filled me in on some of his plans for next year. He's applying for $15,000 in the co-op marketing grant. Part of that will be used for the Bears Ears Marathon that they run every year, so some for marketing in advance and running the marathon itself. The marathon does bring in, it's a Boston Marathon qualifier, so it does bring people from all over the country. He shared with me that last year they had registrants from 25 different states who came and ran, and a lot of them are bringing someone with them or their family. He mentioned that he had seen in the 2 years that he's been running it, and it was going before he took that position, but in the 2 years he's been running it, he saw that people who come back for the second year to run again tend to stay longer. They've been out here once, they've seen that there's a lot of things to do, and then they tend to stay longer. So that is, spending in all of our communities. And he said also they do a survey to find out where folks are staying. It's not specific to Blanding. People are staying in Monticello, they're staying in Bluff, Blanding, all throughout the county. But so part of it is for the Bears Ears Marathon, part of it is for maintenance to their website. Last year they applied for that marketing grant and were awarded some funds. They used it to revamp the Visit Blanding website, so it's for some more maintenance for that, and then also for some print ads.
That's good. Comment or questions? That is a good marathon. My husband did it twice, so.
The marathon?
Yeah.
Motion to.
We just sat there and clap. And I also helped Ben last year, and it was fun watching people go by. And anyway, so motion.
Motion
We have a
to approve.
We have a second. On favor, say aye.
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 It passes. Thank you.
I'm gonna close this. Got one more.
You got one, yeah. So you can hear the background noise. Huh?
Yeah.
So this next one is consideration and approval of an ordinance of San Juan County, Utah, imposing a transient room tax not to exceed 4.5% on charges for accommodations and services, including short-term rentals of tourist homes, hotels, motels, trailer courts, and similar accommodations as authorized by Utah Code Section 59-12-301, paragraph A, subparagraph I.
So this, I know you're all aware because you were all involved with this with the legislative session. But in the legislative session this year, there was a bill passed, House Bill 456, which increased the state TRT rate by 0.75%. So this bill had a lot of different things wrapped into it. That's just one small piece, is that the state TRT rate increased by 0.75%. That's already been passed, that's happening, that goes into effect July 1st. Another piece of that bill was allowing counties to impose an additional 0.25% county TRT increase over what we already had. That would bring our TRT rate, county TRT rate, from 4.25% to 4.5%. So one of the advantages of imposing this additional 0.25% county increase is that of the state's 0.75% TRT increase, they developed a new outdoor recreation mitigation grant with 1/3 of that increase. So this mitigation grant is available to counties, 3rd through 6th class counties. But it's only available to counties who impose the additional 0.25% county TRT increase. So an advantage to having access to those funds is that they are to be used for mitigating the impacts of tourism in your county. So they can be used towards EMS, law enforcement, roads, solid waste disposal. And they're anticipating that that's going to be over $6 million in funding that's available to rural counties to apply for, to offset some of the expenses they have for those things.
And I think that is helpful to counties like ours, especially where we're to get extra work with the monuments and things like that. It's just nice to have that extra too. And I don't know if in the final bill, your funds can accumulate so you can use it. Instead of using every year, that you can probably, at one point we were talking about having it, and I don't know if it passed that way, where they can use, they'll collect the amount so you can be able to come more great to apply. But anyway, so.
Yeah, I am not sure about that.
It probably was just when we are talking before it goes to the floor, sometimes we start thinking how it can be, so maybe never made it that way, but Commissioner Juan.
So I have a question. So if we approve this, then when the grant comes before us, will we have to approve the grant application as well?
So it's
in a separate process.
It's separate from like the grant that I just presented to you today. That funding would be specific to that outdoor recreation mitigation grant. And so things like EMS, roads, that it's specific to that. So already with TRT, the way it's been divided all these years, 47% of it is required to use for marketing, promoting tourism in your county. 53% of it can be used for all of those things, the mitigation of the impacts of tourism, roads, EMS, landfill, sheriff's department. It could also be used for marketing, but most counties choose to use it to help cover the expenses for those other departments. And so part of this bill that passed, it did change those percentages a little bit. A little less is required to be used for marketing for a county of our size that's collecting the amount that we collect. A little bit more is now allowed to be used for mitigation. But in addition to that, that 1/3 of the state's increase now is going towards that outdoor recreation mitigation grant. And so to be able to apply to receive some of that funding, you have to impose that additional 0.25% county increase.
So when will we see the grant application? Like, is there a deadline for that?
I don't know that they even have that available because
I haven't seen anything.
They would have to have the collection first before they would know really how much it's going to bring in.
That's what they anticipate. So I've been told by the State Tax Commission that that's the reason that these TRT increases are happening so quickly.
Yeah.
They said normally if something's passed, you wait a full calendar year before it's imposed. But because they wanted to start getting money into that rural outdoor recreation fund, they wanted to put it into effect July 1st. So the state's increase goes into effect July 1st. That's when that starts being collected. So it'll be half a year in 2025, and then I don't know that they've actually said when that will be available yet, but it is a requirement. So to be able to apply for some of those funds, that we would need to impose our 0.25% increase to bring us up to 4.5%.
And one of the things to Allison's credit, she's done a great job of just reaching out to our hotelers here within San Juan County and letting them know about this was going to be taking place. And so she's done a really good job about making sure that they're educated in the process. I know that we heard from UAC and the Hotel Association, but she's done kind of taken it a little bit step and spoke to everybody in our county that submits their TRT reports and their TRT funds to make sure that they are aware. The difficulty part with this is, kind of like she had mentioned, is you're imposing it now, and this affects their budget now, here in July when it's imposed, even that increase, and they've got to wait like 90 days
so
after this passage. but really they didn't budget for this. You know, they anticipate the revenue off of last year's, and you know, trying to project, well, tourism's still hot and it's a good market, and I'm booked solid on all my rooms and I'll be making X amount of money, and then all of a sudden this comes along. But she's been really, really good about making sure that our citizens and our businesses were aware of it.
Yeah, I think this is really difficult for the hotel owners because, you know, if they work with international receptive tour operators, international tour operators, they have to set their rates for the next year in the fall. So last fall, they set their 2025 rates, and they're bound to those rates. And so when it increases like this in the middle of the year, that's, you know, you look at somebody with 50 rooms, that's a big difference. They're committed to those rates. They were not anticipating this increase. And so I did try to get the word out as soon as I could to them. I know many of them are not happy about it, and it's totally understandable. They have bookings that are after those dates, and they're bound to the rate that people booked at. So the sooner we can get official word out to them, the better, so they can set it in their booking software.
Commissioner Harvey, any comment, question?
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
And all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. The resolution passes. Before you leave, I just wanted to thank you for all you do. I mean, you work hard and you have a nice personality for the tourists when they come, and I think you are the best tourist in our county. I see you on Facebook with your little boy.
We try
experimenting all the areas, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but
Thank you. I appreciate that.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
So this next item, number 14, consideration and approval of a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of San Juan County, State of Utah, adopting rules of order and procedure pursuant to the Utah Code annotated 17-53-206.
I thought we just, yeah, that's what he
Do
said.
we
that-
make a motion to
So we do need to make a motion to
remove it
table
from
this
that.
one.
That's why when I talked to him, I said, shall we remove it? And
Well,
he said,
or it's
We
on
just
the
table
agenda,
it.
you just table it. So we just
Just
need to
table it?
make a motion to table.
okay.
So I'll make a motion to table this consideration and approval of that resolution.
Need a second?
We have a motion, a second, and all in favor, say aye.
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 Okay. Item 15, consideration and approval of a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of San Juan County, State of Utah, removing the cover letter and the word draft from the Spanish Valley. Let me get to the next page, sorry. Development ordinances adopted by the county on November 19th, 2019. Jens, is here to present this.
Thank you. The Spanish Valley Ordinance in 2019, as it appears online to the public, causes a lot of confusion because it has the word draft on it. When this was approved, maybe one way to describe it would be it came with the ordinance and then this cover portion that Mac just mentioned. We consulted with our legal counsel about this, whether we could make a change to this part. We're not changing. The ordinance itself is not changing, not one word of the ordinance. So we're only getting rid of this part that confuses people, which is the part that says draft and the cover part. So no need for concern that the ordinance itself is changing. And it, you know, to be honest, we didn't really think that we even needed to come to the county commission and have the county commission approve this. It's something that could have just been done, we think. But this way the public is aware of it, and some people have seen online where it has the word draft and they've wondered, and now they'll see that it doesn't. So this will hopefully explain why that change has taken place.
And there's no need for
Any
public hearing or,
No, it's just an administrative item. We're not changing the ordinance itself in any way. The terms and conditions there are the very same.
okay, so any other questions or comments? We have a motion.
I'll make a motion to remove the word draft from the Spanish Valley Development Ordinance
And the cover letter?
and the cover letter.
Yeah, and you can,
Yes.
I suppose the motion can just be to approve the resolution.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make
That
a
way,
motion
that
to
way it
approve the
incorporates all
resolution.
that.
Okay, second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
You can come back now since I know where you went.
Okay, the next item on here is consideration and approval of the vehicle lease authorization with Bancorp for a 3-year lease of 2 sheriff vehicles. So several years ago during COVID, before COVID, we had multiple organizations that we leased vehicles through. Bancorp was one of them, and Horsepower was the second company that we had used. Horsepower kind of got into some legal problems, and then we switched out of Horsepower into Unified Fleet. At the time, we kind of explored multiple lease options through Bancorp, Unified, as well as Enterprise Rental. They had a lease program as well. With Bancorp, during COVID, they could not get vehicles with the chips in them, so most of our vehicles are Ford pickup trucks. They could not get the chips for those trucks due to COVID and the short supply. But Unified could, and so we mostly migrated our leases over to Unified, and that was an annual lease. So every year we would go through the contracts of each vehicle, turn them in, get new ones. And that was really difficult to manage on all of the vehicles that we had in lease. And typically it originates out of the sheriff's office, just because of the sheriff has the biggest fleet within the county outside of the road department, who is independently typically has a lot of money to purchase theirs. So we lease all of the others outside of that program. So now you fast forward 3 years later, and we have multiple vehicles. These two here were vehicles that on our other lease vehicles, we had 2 that were in an accident. So the sheriff deputies driving a vehicle, 2 different vehicles of the county's leased vehicles, crashed into one another. And so in an emergency, we had to get 2 vehicles. And so what I have before you today is just the thought on those 2 vehicles. Behind this, we also have 13 vehicles that are now coming to that expiration of the 3-year term. The hard part in all of leasing is, just to be admittedly so, is it's a gamble sometimes of leasing vehicles, because you lease them up front, and if you go for X amount of dollars, and with the depreciation and everything of those vehicles throughout time, the hopes is, the anticipation is they still have a high residual value. So after that 3 years, if that residual value is high enough, then we're not out of pocket any. Or the other one is, we lease these under this program of 15,000 miles a year, and on average we're around 14,000. That's average of the 13 vehicles that we're looking at trading in now. Some vehicles may be higher, and so they'll have less of a residual value. It's kind of like if you were to enter into a lease vehicle program for your home use, you're always kind of restricting in your mind how many miles you travel in a year. Well, we really can't restrict the sheriff. They've got to go out on patrol, they've got policing duties, and so it's kind of you're hedging that anticipation of future residual value. Sometimes that residual value isn't there, and so the county, if we've been stuck at X amount of dollars for 3 years, we may not get as much value on that return after the 3 years, and so you're kind of hedging that. And I've asked Unified to produce us a report of what the value will be on those 13. Other counties, just full disclosure, have had to pay extra because that residual value is low. Now you take into consideration the crash of 2 vehicles. Obviously, if I were just a regular consumer going out to buy a truck and it's a used vehicle, knowing that it's crashed, there's less of a residual value there. Now, Johnny's done a good job in USIP in their recent presentation is kind of a heads up to counties. Just know that, Johnny and USIP will cover the costs at that market value, but if there's a crash or something like that, the counties may have to make up that difference from residual. They'll cover residual value, but they're not going to cover that it was crashed. They'll make it whole on that residual value, but not that expected return on there. And so we're kind of always trying to balance that and hoping that we don't get into accidents and crash those vehicles because that lesser value on the residual. When they proposed, Unified had proposed the original lease with Kansas. Let's see, it's Kansas Bank. When I was looking at just kind of the structure within that lease itself, I started to get really worried. So typically we want to turn in the vehicles after 3 years. So you kind of notice on the payments here, they're $25,000 a year, but then year 4, if we don't turn it in, it bumps to $48,000 thereafter. And then you look at the amount that's applied to interest on here as well. I mean, that first year, if we were to go ahead and flip those trucks back in, the amount that we're paying on this type of a lease is considerably hard and considerably high. And so I worry about structuring into a long-term lease with a typical lender who is treating this more like a loan and that we're going to pay it off. And so for me, when I seen this, obviously my heart falls and you're like, okay, that one doesn't make sense. So at the UAC conference, Bancorp was there, and I asked Bancorp to give me a proposal on the 2 vehicles, of which they have done. And so we're going from a total of 25 down to a total of about 23 on our payment with Bancorp. And then you kind of see in Bancorp's structure, you don't see this interest. The interest is already placed in the payment.
Okay.
And so there's not like you're paying off the interest first and principal second. This is literally Bancorp is a company that is also the lender, and so they're a bank, and they're also the ones that can get the vehicles as well. This one here is just structured. Unified has already got the vehicles, and matter of fact, I think the sheriff's already driving one, so we already have the vehicle here, and we've got to get Unified paid back because they're holding the note. And so the anticipation is to transfer it to Bancorp, and then Bancorp would pay Unified, and then we would be on this annual payment for those vehicles just for 3 years. You notice on here the term, it's a 36-month, 3-year term, and the payments are fixed for those 3 years, similar to Kansas Bank, but the anticipation is already built in that after 3 years, that termination value is on there. So you kind of see he's broken it out for 2 vehicles on here, on two separate structures. But he's broken it out, kind of one of his bottom notes is on here. There's one amount for 15,000 miles, one amount for 20,000, and the other one for 25. So that's why you see the differences in there. So if you want a lesser payment, go for the lesser miles is essentially what they're saying. Or say we're paying that 11,000 for this Chevy Tahoe, and then we make those annual payments of 11,000, and then we exceed the mileage, then we're going to have to make up the difference if the residual value isn't there. The thing I like about Bancorp, and I haven't seen it with Unified, is Bancorp, whenever whenever there was additional residual value left in the vehicle, Bancorp cuts us a check with that additional amount. So say here for his first 3 years, he's anticipating the residual value at $45,500. If he can sell the vehicle for more than that $45,000, he cuts us a check for that difference. When you look at Unified, because I asked Unified to also give me a proposal on the structure, what they would anticipate it to be, their residual values are higher than what Bancorp is estimating. With Bancorp, he says I can go higher, that's fine, and we can hope for higher, but I'm a little bit more conservative in my residual value. So where on the Tahoe he's anticipating 45,000 projected residual, these guys are projecting that we can get 57. So you're at a higher risk with that estimate of higher residual, because if we don't get it, we still have to pay that back on that residual difference.
Mhm.
And so I worry about kind of how they've structured it compared to more of a conservative approach. I'm more of conservative minded when it comes to taxpayer funds. I would rather bet low and win high, this type of thing. And so that's kind of my recommendation, is really to go with Bancorp on these two. We're going to have to sit down with Unified on the 13 and really figure out, okay, some counties are having to come out of pocket a lot because that residual value isn't there. And so I worry about that. The other option, as always, is we just purchase these vehicles outright. Now you take 13 vehicles, times $50,000. Where we're already at a deficit spend, I really worry about that, but also long term the increased cost for maintenance. For example, my vehicle that I drive out there, the Ford Explorer, we had received that vehicle off of a grant. Transmission slipping, but yet I'll continue to drive it till it dies. But my maintenance costs go up incrementally throughout time.
Mhm.
Whereas on a lease vehicle, you don't have the maintenance cost. After 3 years, you turn them back in and you get new. A little bit different with the sheriff's vehicles, because we also have to upfit them, is the term that they use. So we have to put the cages in, light bars, stickers, all of that has to come with these vehicles every 3 years. You're paying for that portion. And so we could always look at trying to pay for the upfit instead of financing the upfit in that, and then just finance the vehicles through that 3-year rotation. But there is, for us, it's like, well, if we don't have a lot of disposable funds, let's finance the upfit as well. But you're financing upfit every 3 years on that, which can make it costly if you were to go to like a Kansas bank lender. Whereas these, they already anticipate the upfit and everything in the vehicle, and so the interest rates are lower. They're 6.25% already built in to the annual payment.
So the cars go back to the person that did the deal.
So they'll go back to the dealer and try to sell the vehicles back through the dealer. They purchase the vehicles on state contract.
Mhm.
Unified tells me that they purchase typically below the state contracted amount, but I've never seen that. But I'll believe them. Bancorp, all of them come through the dealer. All the vehicles are
And so they can sell
Young
it to other agency. Do they sell it to the public?
They can sell to the public. Another thing that I talked about and we need to explore as well is, say you have another county like us that we're rotating our vehicles 3 years. If there's another county that is doing that, then we could come in and purchase those 3-year-old vehicles at a cheaper rate than buying brand new. A lot of cities and counties, not a lot, but some cities and counties do that type of a thing. And that's, to me, I would look at that not necessarily for the sheriffs, but maybe for some of these other vehicles, the economic development, visitor services. We have a Chevy Suburban that we use. Well, maybe we purchase something used off of that market. But then again, long term wise, you get into that. You've got this 200,000 mile vehicle, and you're now starting to pay higher increases. So with some of our older vehicles, we see that where we've had to replace transmissions, engines, and things like that. We very rarely let them go until they're on their last leg. And so it kind of gets into more of a fleet management program is making sure that you're managing your overall fleet, so you can try to avoid the future higher maintenance costs and the extra maintenance or the extra mechanic that's required to maintain an older fleet throughout the county. So, any questions or concerns?
Could we ever like stagger some of those? I mean, how many are coming up next year? Like 13?
13.
I wonder if we could kind of think on some of them. I know this is an overview, but I'd almost like to have another maybe session where we could kind of really look at them and start staggering.
So on the 13, I can bring those back in.
And maybe if we could, some of them, let's say just for planning and zoning needs to go to the field, maybe we just purchase an older vehicle that was not on the lease program.
Yeah.
So maybe if we could look at that a little bit
Yeah,
more in
I
depth.
think we need to.
Okay.
And that's something I'd recommend. These 13, with the sheriff vehicles, you always want them to be a little bit more assured in the vehicle, whereas planning, not necessary, maybe landfill, not necessary. You know, but yeah, definitely try to. You hate to lease because you get that mindset where we're just throwing money out the window every 3 years, and but nevertheless, the flip side of it is I couldn't afford that $50,000 times 13.
Sure.
And so try to get on a staggered. I think there's also opportunities, and there has been in the past where here in the county we've approached NRF before, and this is back when we were able to police the reservation and the tribal lands down there, where the NRF paid for leases of 2 of our sheriff vehicles in the past, and there's been opportunities. I know that USDA, there's a grant for first responder vehicles, and so I think there's some opportunities that we need to explore to try to minimize the leasing, try to get to owner, but yet not tip it to where we've got to hire more mechanics because our aging fleet requires it. And so it's a balance. It's a balance on when you turn them in and making sure we have the right, residual value at the end of the day, so we're not having to come with, $200,000 out of pocket because we didn't make residual value. And that's what I kind of worry about, the unified proposal being so high on the projected residual and Bancorp's being a little bit more conservative. I like the conservative and would rather make money on the back end instead of having to come out of pocket to meet residual.
So then we make a motion to revisit again? Do we need to make
So
a motion?
I'll bring the 13. This is just for the 2.
So we don't need to make, do we need to make a motion?
You do need to, yeah.
Okay.
So I'll make a motion to approve the vehicle lease with Bancorp for the 3-year lease on the 2 sheriff's vehicles.
Okay. We have a second. You have a question, Commissioner Hearn?
No, I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 The resolution passes. And
Okay, your next agenda. So you've got commission reports I put before the executive session. So if you want to go do that.
so, okay, and then we'll make a motion to go to the meeting. At what point? we
What's
make-
your
Do you
question?
want to do commission reports first and then executive, or executive?
That's
then
how I
commission?
have it on
Oh,
there. Is
okay.
that way. So I put the commission reports first.
Okay.
So you
Yeah.
get that. So out
Then
of
we are.
executive session, you make a motion to enter in that.
Okay.
You come out and you're right into it.
Okay, so time for commission reports. Who wants to go first?
I'll go ahead and go
Go
first,
first, okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So UNHS has a 6:38 celebration on Friday the 6th. I believe they start off at 12. So if you guys have time,
Is that over in Money Valley?
that is over in Blanding.
Oh, the one in
Utah.
Blanding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't
I
know
guess-
if you ever been to Blanding, but it's a nice community.
I don't
So-
spend much time there anymore. Okay.
We did have a pretty good community justice coordinating council a week ago out in Aneth with the Aneth District Court. Bailiff was there. Had a really good discussion about the district court judge process, the criminal justice process for DV victims on the reservation. It sounds like the Navajo courts are mainly backlogged on a lot of cases, and a lot of victims are looking for support to file petitions for themselves. Many cases that come to the Navajo Nation Justice Court is pro se, it sounds like. So that's kind of interesting, how they come in and present their own defense and try to navigate the tribal court system. Second thing I just want to share is just some positive messaging. UNHS Behavioral Health recently was working with a few families in our county, which I wasn't aware of myself, where families had lost their loved ones to suicide. And so UNHS has been working with those families. All of them were Navajo victims in our community. I think 2 or 3 here, and
Three young people.
3 here, and then 2 in Blanding. And right now, there's an effort to work on a zero suicide initiative. And part of the messaging is, and I'm going to attempt the message myself, is number one, in Navajo, it's basically the word for taking care of each other. Let's start taking care of one another. Ashka is the word in Navajo. And then the second one is let's see. The second one is to. I've already messed up my. The second message is to speak to each other in the language of love and care. And in Navajo, that's Sadbe Ayohotningi Chodas. And then finally, the last one is take time to ask how one is doing. And in Navajo, that's Hashnit the Nigo na Adishkid. I think those are just some 3 simple phrases that we're working on as leaders to try and just encourage the public to be aware, of taking care of each other, of asking how one is doing, and of always using the language of love in the home. And if you can do that, then you can prevent suicide and get someone to kind of help them to get to where they need to go and get some support. So, and we talked about 988 as being a resource. And then, of course, just our local behavioral health providers. San Juan Health has been awesome in partnering with UNHS. And so I really value Tammy and her team as they've been to all the meetings with UNHS and also working towards this initiative. And I mentioned a few to Commissioner Mon and she's willing to help promote this message. I think during the rodeo days. So anyhow, I think I'll just leave my comments or my report items at that. I did forgot to mention Navajo Nation Law and Order Committee will be convening in Navajo Mountain on the 14th, according to Delegate Daniels. So probably be going down there to advocate for some of the requests made at the commission meeting, which is let's lift the cease and desist for our county so we can look at exploring mutual assist with Navajo Nation PD in San Juan. And then finally, figuring out a solution to allowing Navajo Nation and state of Utah courts to accept and promote each other's DV and protection orders for families. That's it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Munn.
Okay, so as mentioned, we have the rodeo coming up. It's next week. It's the 12th through the 14th, Thursday through Saturday. It was mentioned in our committee meeting that the idea came up that the employees, any county employee who wants to ride in the wagon when their flags are brought around with the commissioners are welcome to do that. So that message was kind of supposed to go to the employees. I've got to double check that with Tranner. So if so, be there at like 6:45. And also, Allison didn't mention it, but there was a road tripping segment from KUTV that was filmed last week, and we did have a segment on the rodeo, and that actually airs on KUTV on Friday between 8:15 and 9:15 with several segments in the county. And real quick, Commissioner Harvey, the suicide. So we on the 3 nights of the rodeo, the first night we'll honor the vets, the second night cancer and suicide, and then the third night will be law enforcement. And so we did order bracelets for cancer and suicide on that one that we will give out to the communities. Cool. And so Rosa's supposed to get those ordered. Have you seen those come in?
She got them ordered.
Okay, so they are ordered. So so we can have awareness with that. And then lastly, I did go to NACO in South Dakota where I was at the last meeting, and one thing our meeting's gone very long, so I would like to update eventually on the facility that I did tour, which is a justice, well, it's a prison facility, but how they are doing that, and they deal with a lot of reservation lands in South Dakota, and kind of the reformation that they have done with their people and how it's working. And so I mean it's kind of extensive, so I can update on that later and kind of give a presentation on that later. But thank you.
Cool.
Thank you. To start, I want to add to the comments on suicide. Used to be really hard for children and young people, and I think nowadays it's even harder with media, social media. I think sometimes we get caught up in the schools about groups and things like that. I think we should kind of promote being classmates. We don't have to be best buddy with classmates, but we can, have a certain way where we can work together and kind of appreciate, because sometimes if this other person is not popular, probably don't talk to them. But if you're classmates instead of being groupies, you have a different relationship. And I noticed this when I went to Navajo Mountain for graduation. They had 100% graduating class, 11 students, and those students grew up together, and you can tell they were classmates. It was an amazing experience. The Navajo Nation President was there. It was kind of interesting, a small group, but it was so nice to see the support of those families. And I think sometimes in cultures, we don't show emotion. Sometimes some cultures we don't hug or we don't do certain things. And I think that I learned something from one person in my community, that used to be that when my kids got home, I had a to-do list, the things that I wanted to accomplish. But a friend said to me, she said, when they come home, I wanted them to feel a difference. It's not here to just for us to work. We are here to play and associate with each other. And sadly, for those who do not know, I do speak of experience. We did lost our son when he was 15. And as people came through the line, everybody mentioned the things that they had said, the last thing they had said to him. And sometimes it was just, I made fun of his socks because he was like to wear bright socks, whatever. I did this or this and that. And sometimes I remember watching a program on suicide, and I thought, I don't have to worry about that. But I think it's more prevalent with our youth nowadays, and I think we need to ask. Sometimes we are afraid to ask. Are you feeling like suicidal? There had to be ways to ask. I remember a friend, she would send me flowers. She would send me different things. And one day I asked her why she did that after my son died, and she said, because the day I do it, I want you to do that for my mom. And we both had children the same age. I said, you and I are going to go to the prom. When those two little girls go to the prom, we'll be there. And trying to have people, it does get better. And but I think sometimes we should ask, because I think if they're thinking about it, they probably will say it. And sometimes we are afraid to talk about that. Sometimes it can be a cultural thing. Sometimes it's like me. I was thinking it will happen to us kind of thing. But and being kind. If I learned one thing from my son's death, I was always kind and I was always caring. But I learned to be patient with people. If they were taking too long in the grocery line, it's okay. Maybe they needed somebody to talk to them. And so it's just being kind and don't put more pressures on people. We don't know, what they're going through. And I think sometimes at work, we probably don't realize and we just take things personally or anyway, but I think we had to, the thing is being more kind and learn how to show love. Sometimes maybe it's not with a hug. Maybe some it's just cooking a good meal. I don't know, but something to show that we care. But quickly, some of the things I have been working, mostly my effort have been trying to figure out a solution for our housing crisis, and I go knocking on doors on different programs and different things, trying to figure out ways that we can do that. The biggest news for one of my assignment is working with the 7-county coalition. And last week we had the news that the Supreme Court passed. We were waiting it's the last day of the Supreme Court that we can have an answer. And it was so nice when it just got this letter from the director that it's done. I don't know anything, but it's done. And so it was just a celebration, and because those people have worked so hard for so long, and just to have the opportunity for those people in the Uinta basins. And it's a good thing for the whole state of Utah to have the oil and other things moving in the railroad. One of the things I'm looking forward tomorrow, a couple years ago, I invited somebody to come to San Juan County, and one of the things we end up doing is the goal is trying to figure out ways that we can bring industry, and they got a grant for a study, and a part of that grant, I suggested that we have a curriculum development and the rare earth minerals, so our younger people know where things come from, and appreciated that. So we did get some funds, about $50,000, and like USU working in the part of the science part of the grant of the curriculum, and then we have I don't know how to say her last name. Reagan, she works with the USU department. So she did the cultural component. And now, tomorrow, Gala Tendrix is from the 4G, anyway, from that organization will go, and we're going to tour the classes. Now it's being offered offered to the high school students as a concurrent enrollment with the college, and I think it's going to be an exciting time to go and see the children and the students. They're learning about the earth minerals and how we use them, and people thinking, well, we don't want them being thrown away anywhere. The thing is, you don't want to throw rare earth minerals. They cost a lot of money. You just don't do that. And so I had a chance to visit Energy Fuel this week with some visitors, and it was just nice to go and see the amazing things that they do there. And anyway, so there's more things. I'm working on finding logs for an outdoor museum. And so I've been spending lots of time going around begging for big trees. If you guys want to see how these two 90-plus-year-old men work with this powerful saw, cutting, you can go south of the visitor center in Blanding, and you'll see them. They have a sawmill, the little sawmill that came from Canada that they're working with. And if you go, make sure you take goggles, because I didn't take it, and I learned my eyes and everything. But anyway, so that's for my report. So how do we do for the next
Just
one?
need a motion to, and you gotta repeat that.
Okay, so we have somebody to make a motion to enter into a closed executive session for strategy sessions to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation as permitted under UCA 52.4-05.
So I make a motion to enter into the closed session for a strategy session to discuss pending or reasonably imminent litigation.
I'll second the motion.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye.